Alright, guys. We are live. Super sorry about the wait. I mean, not much I could do about it. But, had to get some food in the bell here, the old tummy. It needed some chow, so I took the liberty to eat. I get to do that once a month, and so here I am. Alright, let's take our shoes off, and let me go grab my iPad, and then I'm coming back. Hold on one second. Give me 1 second, guys. Try to pull this up here. And then, like I said, I'm going to be right back, so 1 sec. Thank you for liking and subscribing. Again, guys, 1 second as I do this here. There we go. Perfect. Perfect. I just had to pop out the chat so I could see it. All right. I will be right back, guys. Hold on. Hey there, Xena. Yes, I can add you here. Give me 1 sec to set up the rest of this here. And I'll add everyone that's on here right now that wants to be added. Okay. All right. So, let's see what we can do here. Let me do this. I have an app I use to get things started, so just give me a second. Here we go. And 1 more second. You're very welcome, Xena. 1 more second, guys. I know it seems like I'm scattered. Hey there, JK. I can add you. Let's do this, because you're a member, JK. We'll do your reading first. And then Xena is going to be the first on the free list. Let's see. I was running around there. Followed by Thakor. I'm hoping I'm saying that name right. I'm using the last name. You'll be second. Lady V will be third. And Alicia Bahara will be fourth. So what is your question, JK? And we can do that. So, do this here. Whew. Okay. Whatever's in the cards tonight. All right, let's do 2 cards for our friend Jeannie here. See what we can come up with. I missed you too, JK. It's been a minute. It has been a minute. But I'll be back on Monday. Should have a normal schedule again. And can you guys, just so you can tell me, can you guys read the text down here okay? Or does it look super, like, illegible? Please feel free to tell me if you can't read it, because I can change it up for next time. Okay. You can't. Okay. All right, it's too small. I'll have to look at that and make it a little more... I can probably do this, actually. Wonder if I could go like this. Little fuzzy. Okay. Try doing this. Nope, don't want that. All right, I'll just change it up. It's hard getting all the text looking good, but I'll get it next time. Thank you, Jeannie, for letting me know. Then I'll just do this here. There we go. There we go. Okay. So we'll just do that there and keep it like that for this time. And yeah. Hey, L. White, how you doing? What's in the cards tonight for JK? This time we aren't just kidding around here, so we'll see what we can do. Okay, one more. L. White, it is going good. How's your night going? Got a late start here, but it's going well. Not even kidding, not even a little bit. Not even a little bit, Jeannie. I'm not even going to say your initials. I'm not going to do that. Alrighty. Let's do this here, and... Awesome, L.Y. Glad to hear that. Are you wanting to be put on the list here? Yep, first up. Absolutely. Well, you're a member, so you get priority. That's what we do on here. That and make nonsensical dad jokes. Those are the two things. Alrighty. Okay, so let's do this here. So here's what I got for you, my friend here. Let me put this out. There we go. You are a special. Jeannie, absolutely. Yes, L. White, I added you here. You're number 5 on the list. And then we do one question, one card, unless we want to do more in the, like, unless you want more detail, in which case you pay. But I try to get things pretty concise so I can give you, you know, hopefully an answer. I'm not going to be vague and be like, well, if you pay me, you know. But if you want more details, we can do that. I can put you on the list. Meg Gummy. I'll call you... Let's see. I'll just call you Meg. I can put you on the list. Okay. So here's what we got for you, Jeannie. We've got your number 2. Thakora, you're number 2 on the list. So we have 2 of Swords right here, and then we have the Victory card. Okay? The 2 of Swords and Victory is really good, but it could be that we're looking at making a choice here, or we're looking at changing the way we look at things mentally, right? So there's, in my opinion, why I see these 2 cards and why I'm talking about the mental world is I feel like there's a few different ways we tend to look at the world. One of them is kind of like our physical reality, what's in front of us, how we interpret that. And then we have our emotional world, right? And then the mental and the emotional can kind of mix together, but primarily I'm thinking this is talking about more of the mental realm. So there could be a choice or decision coming up here where I feel like you're going to have two choices, but where there's the victory card as well, it feels like either way is going to be the right direction. Honestly, this is good because it's saying if there is a decision coming up, if there's something kind of bigger or something kind of that you've been getting all sweaty about, I feel like maybe this would be a good option for you to look at the pros and cons, but it seems like there's some room here where you can kind of go either way. You don't have to worry about making the wrong choice, so to speak. So this looks like a really good one for me, and maybe there's something here with like eating more healthy. I don't know if you're doing something where you're eating more healthy or you're changing your diet a little bit, but for some reason I was seeing something with like more fruit or more vegetables in the diet. Maybe that's because the summer and the spring is coming up here, but that's what I've got. So it feels like a renewal or a sense of renewal. It feels like you're going to have a little bit more energy, which is always good. We could always use more energy. And yeah, that feels like a pretty good one for me. So I'd say this seems pretty positive right here. What do you think about that, Jeannie? You're always on keto. Well, and that gets kind of tough, doesn't it? It works, though. It does work. Well, some people it doesn't work as fast, but could be a blood sugar situation going on there, so. But I'm going to move to the next one here, Jeannie, but it looks like things are going to be turning around for you for the better. Because we've had some readings that seemed like they were more difficult or dealing with obstacles. This one looks good. It looks like things are working well. Oh, potatoes are good. They're one of my favorites. You're very welcome, Jeannie. Very, very welcome. All right, Xena, let's do your reading here. So you said, will you be making good money with your new job coming up? Thank you. You're very welcome. I hope it's a yes, because if it's a no, you got to get out. Got to get out right away. Find a new job. That's kind of what we're going to be doing here. Just run. Don't give explanation. Just kind of run away. That's logical. All right, will Xena be making good money with her new job coming up? Will Xena be making good money with her new job coming up? Let's do one more kind of. There we go. Here we go. Give me a second. I'm receiving transmission, or transmission, I should say. If it can be named after me, I'm gonna do it. I'm a little bit of an egomaniac. So here's what I got for you, Xena. Hello there, Cassandra. I have Healer of the Ages in reverse, and when I look at this card, to me, it feels like there could be some obstacles with this. I'm hoping that the new job goes smoothly, things go well. There could be a possibility to make some good money here, but Healer of the Ages in reverse could be, I could see it as a couple things. It could be you start working there and maybe it's not where you want to be, or maybe you find out it's not where you want to be. Something else could possibly come along down the road. I'm hoping it's going to be a good option for you, but this card is saying there could be some difficulties, some obstacles. Nothing that's going to be unbearable, because the Healer of the Ages, even in reverse, to me is a card where things are moving, things are happening, but it just could be we're hitting a barrier, we're hitting a roadblock. Does that make sense? Yes, Pamela, I can put you on the list here. Doesn't mean you won't make good money, though, Xena. Maybe you do work there, you are making good money, but maybe it's not what you were thinking. Or, it depends on the job, right? I want to be a professional donut eater, but I just get kicked out of Dunkin' every time I go in. So Yeah, my dreams can't come true, but maybe, Xena, you can get something for you. Alright. You are welcome, Xena. And Pamela, you're on the list here. You're number 7, and we just read number 1. So, the core. You feel like the job's going to be hard. Makes sense. Makes sense. Just keep on keeping on, whatever the hell that means. And something about having a stiff upper lip. Again, whatever the hell that means. You are welcome, Pamela. Okay, we're going to do your reading here. All right, let's see what we got for the core here. So let's shuffle these cards up and get them nice and crispy for everybody. So will you get 80% this year in your boards exam, as only 1 exam is remaining? 5 are done. Well, good for you, Thakor. That is, let's see, that's 6 more exams than I've done in a long time, so you're doing good. If you're doing exams, you're probably going in the right direction. Yeah. I've been going in the wrong direction for a while, so not very educated, but let's see what we can come up with here. Will they get 80% this year in their boards exam? They get 80%. Let's do one more shuffle here. There we go. Okay. Ooh, that one looks above 80. All right, will you get above 80? I think you will. I'm seeing the Queen of Coins right here. That to me is a really good card, and it's a very empowered card. So I see the Queen of Coins coming in, and I think that's going to be a good card for you. So hopefully it is above 80. Maybe it'll be like 82, 83. Hopefully it's more than that. Can it go up to 2,000%? Because if not, maybe you'll get 2,000%. This looks good. Honestly, I'm hoping that things are going well for you. This does look good. Okay. All right, and let's go to Lady V here. Are you still there, Lady V? Okay. Please, guys, wait to post your questions. Love Cupid, I'm going to block you if you keep posting your question. It's clearer now? Awesome. Okay, Lady V, what's your question? Okay, Love Cupid, last chance here. If you post your question again, I'm going to block you. You got to wait your turn. Okay. Okay, will your daughter get her passport today? It is difficult to get a passport in where we live now due to many reasons. Okay, let's see here. Love Cupid, you're number 8 on the list. When I call your name, post your question, okay? You just gotta wait. Okay. Will your daughter get her passport today? Actually, let's do these cards instead. Will your daughter get the passport today? Lady V is wondering if her daughter will get the passport today. Thank you, Jeannie. I appreciate that. All right. One more shuffle. Will your daughter get her passport today? Here we go. hopefully it does happen, but I get this card here. It's showing hostilities. So I would say plan for the worst, but prepare for the best is how I would read this card. It looks to me like there could be something that's blocking the energy coming in here. And so I would say it's not looking likely, but I hope I'm wrong, Lady V. I'm hoping it's a pleasant surprise and they get their passport, because I obviously don't want to keep you from your daughter or have her be stuck or whatever that happens to be. But that's what I'm seeing there. So I'm just going to be honest with you. Hey there, KG. So that's what I'm getting, Lady V, but hopefully everything goes through okay. I am doing good, KG. How are you doing? All right. So, Alicia Behera, are you there? I do too. I hope she gets it. It's just the cards were showing some difficulties, but I do hope she gets it. All right, Alicia, what was your question? You're welcome, Lady V. I wish you the best with this. No, Ashley, you're good. You're good. I can put you on the list here. I've got you on the list too, KG. Absolutely, KG. Very good sentiment there. Okay, well, she's probably typing her question now. And I'm gonna do this really quick. You're very welcome, Ashley. You're healing. Awesome. I love to hear that, KG. Yeah, that's going to be something that I can only imagine is difficult, but I'm glad that you're doing good that way. Okay, and did you post your... I'm not seeing you post your question, Alicia. Okay, awesome. Let's see. Let's see, how do you... Chinmoy? Reconciliation with Alicia. Okay, let's see that. Will there be reconciliation with Alicia and Chinmoy? Let's see. Will there be reconciliation? Okay, and L. White, you're going to be up next after Alicia, so you can post your question now if you want to. Okay, let's do Alicia's question here. Will Chimoy have reconciliation with Alicia? Hey there, Spider-Man. I can put you on the list here. Let me do that for you. Okay. Will Chimoy have reconciliation with Alicia? Here we go. it looks like there could be a definite possibility here. I'm not going to say 100% because, you know, no psychic, I don't care how accurate they are. And I'm still learning, but I would say it's looking like it could definitely be likely. Healer of the Ages, that's a good card for reconciliation, so I would say that. No, we're not doing random number here for a little bit. I might bring it back, though. The random number was fun, but eventually it got to the point where so many people weren't being called, and they would just leave, and I feel like if I just do it quickly, KG, it just works better. And now I'm going to go to L. White's question here. Okay. L. White says, okay, what did the dream I had a while ago with the knocking on the door mean with red words written on it, the door upside down that I couldn't read? Doors usually represent a threshold, right? And thresholds are like gateways to something else. If there was a door and there were words that you couldn't read, it could be that there's something that's going to be happening or going on in your life right now that you feel like maybe you're not ready for, or you feel like you can't literally read the writing that's on the wall or the door. So it could be feeling like you're ill-prepared towards what life has to offer you. That would be the way I would look at it. And that's not with the tarot, because I don't feel... I mean, the tarot can describe things, but that's just from symbology, stuff that I've learned. And so, to me, it could be like, just feeling ill-prepared, you know? Like when you show up at school and you're only wearing your underpants when you're in your dream. Because that hasn't happened to me in real life. I promise. Okay, but would that kind of fit with your scenario, L. White? You are welcome. You're very welcome. Hopefully that kind of fits with that scenario. Okay. Let's do Megumi. Awesome, L. White. I'm glad that made sense. What was your name again? Okay. Meg, I think is what I called you. There we go. Thank you for getting your... All right. You sent an audio to this guy. Why didn't he answer you? Okay. We are on number 6, and then 7, and then it will be your turn, Love Cupid. So you're not too far away. You're number 8. Okay. All right. Meg sent an audio to this guy. Why didn't he answer her? Or them. Why didn't he answer them? Okay. So I got this card here. This one's Cornucopia in reverse. So here's what I feel with this card here. Possibly there could be an answer coming from this person. I wouldn't, hold your breath on it. I wouldn't have it be something that you put your hopes on. This isn't a bad card to get, but I could say that maybe the guy has, there could be something where the person feels inadequate or the person feels lesser than in some ways. So we could have someone that has confidence issues. Maybe not outwardly as much, but someone who on the internal side could be more lacking self-esteem in some direction. If I see this card in reverse, I do feel like there could be a reach out though. Again, I wouldn't hold your breath. I'm thinking 60-40, 60% there could be a reach out from this person still, and maybe 40 that there wouldn't be. So it's leaning more towards a yes, they're going to reach out with you, but not 100%. I'm never going to give anything 100%, because things can change, but that's what I've got for you, Meg. So could just be self-esteem issues or confidence issues, but that's kind of what I'm seeing there. So hopefully that helps with that. And Pamela, what was your question? You're very welcome, Meg. Thank you guys for being patient. Okay, does tea have any contagious diseases or parasites/bugs? That's a question. Okay, let's see here. Pamela, and you can tell me if this makes sense or not, because I can read this two ways. I saw a claw, and when I see this claw, I was reading a book very long time ago, but it was how thought forms, how they manifest, like what they look like, what certain thought forms look like in the psychic realm. And one of the thought forms was a claw. And it was when people are feeling very angry, their aura or their thoughts can be in the shape of a claw. And so I was curious, does this person have like mood swings, or does this person have anger issues? If not, to that question, I feel like there could be something going on with them. Just because for me to see the claw like that, it didn't feel friendly. It felt like there was something up. So that's the two ways. I'll draw a card too, but... Okay, you don't think so? All right, so the first way I was reading, then I feel like could be off. Let me look and see if there is. He is pretty mellow. Perfect, perfect. Okay, so that kind of answers that question. So let me look here. Angel of Balance. Oh, I'll show you the card, sorry. This one's it's upright. I still saw something with this guy that was like that claw energy, and to me it was red. I would say proceed with caution, or caution in this case. Just because I feel like that would be something. Maybe things aren't what they seem, but I would honestly say any bugs or contagious diseases, it could be possible. Just because when I saw that claw, I didn't get a sense of like they don't have something, but I would definitely say just be cautious. Just be cautious and make sure you ask questions, you know what's going on, kind of a thing. Oh, thank you, JK. Awesome, thank you so much. I assume T is a man and not a dog. Or maybe it is a dog. I don't know. He didn't ask if they had worms, and so I'm thinking it's a guy. Or, anyway. Yeah, just be careful with that. I feel like proceed with caution. Man, okay. All right. Okay. Yeah, something in me saying just proceed with caution. Better to be safe than sorry, right? And Jeannie, did you have a question? You are welcome. Pamela, you're very welcome. Oh, okay. So you have player in quotations there. So we're talking about kind of like a player of baseball, but also a player of... Yeah, I don't got nothing there, but I think I got what you mean there. Okay, awesome. Awesome, JK, we'll do that. Let me put you down, BP. You're number 12 on the list, and we've done 7 readings so far, so there's 5 people left, so you won't have to wait for too long. Okay. you're worried a bit. I can understand that. Jeannie, let's look here. Is Kelly making a mistake with the new baseball player? Let's do 2 Energy Oracle cards, and then let's do 2 regular cards. You're coming up right after this one, Love Cupid. When someone pays, they get priority. So I'm going to do this reading here, and then it's your turn, unless someone else comes in and pays. All right. Okay. One more of the shuffle here. Oh, there we go. All right, so let's do these ones here. Oh, you're good, Love Cupid. Thanks for letting me know, though. Yeah, as long as no one else pays, you'll be the next one up. But if you guys stay with me, you'll get your reading no matter what. You just gotta stay with me. Okay. One more shuffle here. There we go. All right. I look like I'd go outside and I'd get moon burns all over my body. I feel like I'm so pale. Like the sun looks at me and says, I'm not touching that. So, just wanted to throw that out there. All right, let's do this here. Okay, so let's talk about this, Jeannie. Let's see what we can kind of, I want to say negotiate on, but that's not what this is. That would be weirded. So, we've got this card. Well, we have this card. We have the Chariot. Okay, this can be very fast-moving energy or a very fast-moving person. This can also be someone who's a Cancer, both zodiac-wise or on society. Now, then we have third chakra, Archangel Shamuel in reverse. Okay, that could be someone who's controlling or who uses their will to influence others, but not necessarily in a positive way. So it could be someone who's overbearing. It could be, right? I'm using the words could here because, you know, baseball players are supposed to be the nicest people in the world, so we'll see what we get here. He is moving fast, okay. Or, so he is moving fast, is that what you mean? Okay, hold on. There we go. So how fast are we talking? Yes, too fast with no commitment. Okay. Then we have 9 of coins in reverse. And we have deceit in reverse. So when I see 9 of coins in reverse, it could be that Kelly could possibly be giving up her autonomy for somebody else. I feel like her intentions are good, but this person's intentions feel immature. The connection feels immature. Or there's something here because if it's a fast-moving situation, yeah, if it's a fast-moving situation, it's not going to be something that usually lasts. It burns out. Depending on kind of what's going on with Kelly, sometimes the only thing we can do is kind of watch it burn. I don't want to be that person, but sometimes they need to make their own mistakes, and then we need to be there to help them in that way. It just needs to be something, because sometimes the harder we push, especially if you're a parent, the harder we push them away. You know, even though you feel like you know what's going on, you know what would be the best for her. It's good for her to have her own autonomy. And as a parent, the best thing you can do for a child is to let them be in, okay, let them be in somewhat dangerous situations in a safe way. Like you're there to help with whatever they need, but you're kind of not at the same time because she needs to live her life. I feel like there's a stubbornness here, so that's why I'm saying, right, you're worried, but she's grown. Exactly. And I feel like you mean well. I do, but I don't necessarily think she would listen to you on this. But that's just how kids are, right? It's not anything to take personally. It's just kind of like I feel like she wants to do her own thing, and if she needs to make her own mistakes, so be it. But that's what I'm seeing here. Does that make sense, Jeannie? No, she's not because he's hot. Well, there you go. It is, Jeannie. I know. It's, but the thing is, you need to and I know this sounds asinine, but you need to let people get burned, and then you can help pick up the pieces. That's just how it is, because they won't learn any other way, right? And it's kind of like what my uncle did when I was, you'll just pick up the pieces. What my uncle did when I was, like, I don't know how old I was, but he had his daughter at my mom's house, and, basically, his daughter was trying to reach... Oh, you were typing what? Yeah, awesome. Perfect. See? We're on the same wavelength. We finish each other's sandwiches. It's amazing. But he basically, the stove was on, right? The stovetop was on, and his daughter was trying to reach to the top of the stove, and instead of stopping his daughter from reaching, he let her get burned. But she never did it again, and she learned her lesson. I feel like that's kind of extreme, I wouldn't do that. But she did learn from it, it's one of those things, because she kept trying to reach the stove, like the top of the stove for some reason, and she learned. Again, not the way I would do it, but I can kind of see the method behind the madness, so to speak. Hey there, Makisa Fatima, how are you doing? Yes, you can, but I'll let you know when it's your turn to ask your question. You're number 13 on the list, and we've read about 7 people, so there's 6 people in front of you, right? So just take it easy here for a second, and I'll let you know when it's your turn, all right? Hey, Bree, how's it going? But here's the thing, Jeannie, and I want you to keep this in mind. It's this. So, and this is going to be important for your relationship with your daughter too. So the best thing we can do, like you said, to be there to pick up the pieces, do not say, unless asked directly, do not say you don't approve, because when it does fall apart, and I feel like it will, she needs to know that you're going to be on her side and not saying something like, see, I told you it would fall apart. Not that you would do that, but she needs to feel like she's not being judged for her choices. This will strengthen your relationship overall, because she'll feel like she can come to you when shit hits the fan, especially this kind of stuff. So that would be really important for you to do, and it helps establish a stronger connection with your child. Just giving them that space and letting them know that you're not judging their choices. We all make mistakes. We all do that. And so, no, never say I told you so. Absolutely not. And you probably know that already. But, yeah. I will. I'll call your name. Don't worry about that. Makisa. And Bree says they're doing good. And awesome. Do you want to be put on the list, Bree? You're very welcome, Jeannie. Yes, Cassandra, I can put you on the list. You are on the list. You're number 15, and Bree, you're number 14. We've done about 7 readings so far. So you guys get to stay with me a little bit longer. I get to hold you hostage. Nothing at all you can do about it. You guys are stuck with me. Okay, Love Cupid. I know you've typed your question a few times. Can you type it again for me? Awesome. You guys are very welcome, Bree and Cassandra. Is Parijat love Sanjita or not? He only talks about sex to Sanjita. Okay, let's do that. Their true feelings for Sanjita. Let's look at that. What is Parijat's true feelings for Sanjita? Thank you, Cassandra. I appreciate that. That's very sweet of you to say that. Okay, and we have Bree. So let me do this one for Love Cupid, Bree, and then we can go straight to your reading right after here. So, and Cassandra, I'll move you up 1. So you're number 14 now because we're doing Bree's reading, and she paid. So let's do this then. So true feelings for Sanjita. Let's see. Parijat's true feelings for Sanjita. Let's see that. What are the true feelings for Sanjita? Alrighty. Okay, let's do this here. Okay, true feelings for Sanjita. So, true feelings for Sanjita. I get 5th chakra, Archangel Gabriel in reverse. Now, the 5th chakra is the throat. So something tells me that this person talks a big game, but I feel like the connection with Sanjita doesn't feel like it's a very stable one. So the true feelings that this person has towards Sanjita, maybe it's more of a lustful or more of a sexual connection, even if they haven't been intimate. Maybe that's what this person's after. It doesn't feel like there's love here. It feels like there's more of a connection in a lustful sort of way, or a connection in a way that's like not sustainable for a possible relationship. So I would say I don't think it's gonna, if they do get in a relationship or they're in a relationship, I'm not feeling like it's gonna last for very long. But that's what I'm getting for you, Love Cupid. So he only talks about sex. Okay. So the lustful connection. Yeah, that sounds like a pretty one-dimensional person. I would say wish him luck. Let him do whatever it is that, Neanderthals do, and kind of go from there. If you're only talking about sex, I mean, how interesting of a person can you be? Honestly, unless you're like a sex therapist. I guess in that case it makes sense, but yeah, that's what I've got for you, Love Cupid. So doesn't feel like there's enough of a connection to mean anything here, but the sex thing is, yeah, very one-dimensional. Okay. Nice. Okay, Bree, what was your question? And then let me do this here. And we'll go here. Well, Love Cupid, he's got to heal that shit before trying to get in another relationship. If he's only thinking about sex, he's missing out on the key part of an actual connection. So, in a way, you kind of feel bad for him. But in another way, people got to heal. There we go. Hey there, Chantel. How's it going? Okay. Give me 1 second here. I have a thing. There we go. Then we can do this. Then we can go here. Then we'll go here. Okay. Let's see. Is Matthew a potential partner? I know I spelled that wrong. You're okay. I'm not judging your spelling. I think I can understand what you're saying. You're wondering if Matthew is a potential partner. I think I got it. I don't care about typing mistakes, guys. I don't. As long as I can somewhat read what you said, and I mostly can, then I'm totally fine with it. However, whenever I make a spelling mistake, I correct it as fast as I can, so I get it. I understand that. I shouldn't. I don't need to. But it bothers me and gnaws at my conscious mind. All right, let's do 4 cards. Let's do 2 of the Energy Oracle, and then let's do 2 of the Fountain Tarot cards. So shuffle these. Thank you, Chantel. You got anything planned for the weekend, Chantel? All right, let's do this here. Let's do this. Shufflety, shufflety. You know how it is. I gotta shuffle these damn cards. Yeah. Like I said, as a tarot reader, I'm definitely gonna get card pull tunnel, because I'm pulling cards all the time. And it's also very hard on my wrists. I think it's a good joke. I know it's horrible, but I made that one up and I'm proud of it. Let's do a couple more shuffles here for Bree. And then let's do one more nice crispy shuffle. Let's see if we can get it nice and crispy. Sizzling for your guys' pleasure, and this one's for Bree. Ah, there we go. Ooh, awesome, Chantel. That actually sounds really fun. You'll have to tell me how it is on Monday if you're on here. Okay. Okay, Bree, here's what I've got, and then we can kind of discuss here. We have the 5 of Cups. Okay. Storm warning in reverse. An upside down tornado would scare the shit out of me. Page of Coins in reverse. I'd be like, I didn't know it worked that way. And then die. And then we have Magician and the Mirror. Okay. So, when I see these cards here, 5 of Cups with Storm Warning in reverse, It feels like there could be a lack of emotional empathy or a lack of connection in some way. When I see Five of Cups, it can be a card of someone emotionally who they could possibly be running from their problems. They could possibly be, I don't know. It feels like someone who would not be, or who would have a more immature connection here. Because the Five of Cups, or it could be someone who's dealing with loss or grief, would be something that I could see here. But it feels like, yeah, Five of Cups is a difficult emotional card. Or, how'd you put it? That's kind of what I'm getting there. And then Storm Warning in reverse could be this person maybe trying to work through things, or this person trying to focus on that. But then we get Page of Coins in reverse, which could be someone who still has immature qualities or tendencies. Because the Page of Coins in reverse is like being stubborn about something, or not wanting to change, not wanting to focus on what needs to be done. So a good potential partner, it doesn't feel like it to me if I'm looking at this. That's probably not what you wanted to hear, but it feels like the connection's immature, and it feels like there's something here that isn't being expressed. Okay? I would say, obviously be safe, do your thing, but I would say really look into what's going on here. The Magician in the Mirror is a good card. That's what it ends with. And to me, it's kind of saying this. I do feel like the connection's immature. And I do feel like there's a lack of expression, or there's a lack of telling. There's like a lack of emotional expression, or there's something this person is holding in. Maybe they don't know how to express it. I feel like it could work as a possible relationship, but I wouldn't have any expectations for it to be anything other than maybe friends. And then maybe it could become something else beyond that later. But it does feel to me like there could eventually be a connection. But it also feels to me like it's going to take a while. Like the maturity level needs to happen. There needs to be things that happen where this person can sort of process different things that have happened in a safe environment. And that's what I'm feeling here. So I would say friends, maybe. Relationship, no. Acquaintance, okay. It feels to me like it's a connection that if you get close now, it feels like there's going to be a pulling away. That's kind of what I'm feeling here. And it's not anything that you're doing. There's something where this person kind of can have self-sabotaging tendencies. I feel like there can be a hot and cold kind of situation. And if anyone's playing games like that, even if they don't mean to, even if it's subconscious, people need to deal with stuff. Because I see a lot of people make an effort to try to work on themselves, and then there's other people who think they're working on themselves. They think they're doing it, but then they get in a relationship, or they try to, and you can see where they're kind of falling apart at the seams, right? So that's what I'm seeing, and that made sense to you. So, okay, perfect. All right. Hopefully that helped answer that question for you, Bree. And we'll do this here. I'm definitely going to work on this. I know this is kind of a mess down here. And I am pointing to the sign, not my crotch, just so you guys are aware. But that's kind of where we're at. Okay, so KG, are you there? Bree, you are very welcome, my friend. And BP, I'm thinking it will be your lucky day. Whatever that means. We haven't drawn a card yet. I think you'll get a reading, though. Just stick with me here for a minute. Okay, KG, are you still there? If not, we'll just go to the next person here. Ashley Armstead. Are you there? Thank you, Bree. You're very sweet to say that. It takes a while to get your reading style down, and I'm still changing and adjusting how I read. But I can start to say my vowels now, and A, E, I, O, H, 7, and sometimes Y. So I'm getting it. Okay, this one's going to sound weird. Spider-Man, are you there? The usernames are so interesting. Spider-Man, I need pictures of Spider-Man. Okay, we'll just do this one. BP, are you there? I mean, you just posted, so I'm thinking you're there. Oh, there's Ashley. Okay, so I'll read BP. I'll read BP, and then I'll read Ashley. Okay, let's do this here. So, you applied for 5 positions at MTA New York City Transit, but I really want the foil officer position. Will you get the job? Let's look. I like using these energy oracles. And then, Ashley, you can type your question, because I'll do yours right after BP's, and so type your question for me. Let's see here. Will BP... Hey, BP, that's better than normal, right? Sometimes people are waiting here for so long. All right. Oh. Awesome, J Moon. Let's look. So I'm going to do this one for BP, and then I'll go to J Moon up next for one card. Or 2 cards, 1 question. All right. All right, BP, let's see. Will you get the foil officer job? Is it like a tin foil officer? Are we talking about an aluminum foil firefighter? Let's see here. Let's do it here, and... Okay, so BP, I got this one. Freedom of Information Law Officer. Keep on doing what it is you need to do. Hostilities here could say there could be some pretty significant roadblocks or obstacles. This card here I always read as like, it could be very difficult to do it. I hope you get it though, but I'm reading it as a no. But it doesn't mean don't keep trying, don't keep putting yourself out there, but maybe this time you won't, maybe next time you will. But I'm hoping you get it, BP, regardless. But this is saying there could definitely be some significant obstacles. So, take that as you will, but I really believe if we put our minds to it, we can do it, So I wish you the best with that, BP, and thank you for being patient. All right, so let's do this really quick. And J Moon, let's do your question, and then Ashley, you will be up next because J Moon did pay. So that is what we're going to do. All right, J Moon says, did J Moon pass the exam? I don't know if Nina's here, Padma. I'm not sure. I haven't seen her for a little while, so. Well, that's good, BP. Hopefully you get that one too. Maybe I'm just being a worrywart. I don't know. Or maybe the deck is like having a little spaz moment. But hopefully you get what you want. I'm doing good, Padma. How are you doing? Alright. J Moon, did you pass your exam? Did J Moon pass the exam? One more shuffle here. Okay. Okay, so here's what I got for you, J Moon. Hopefully you did pass, but I get King of Wands in reverse, and then I get Judgment in reverse. If I'm looking at these two cards, okay, that's why I'm seeing this. Judgment in reverse and King of Wands. I feel like it's going to be a no on passing your exams, but I hope I'm wrong, okay? But it looks like a no. These two cards being in reverse, yeah. Hopefully it's something you can take again quickly. Hopefully you do get it, and these cards are wrong, but that's what I'm getting for you. So it's looking like it's not going to be very likely, but again, I want to be wrong. I don't want to be right with this. So I wish you the best with that, J Moon. And yeah. Okay, let's do this here. And Ashley says, will Tremaine contact you? Let's see. Will Tremaine contact Ashley? Okay. Will Tremaine contact Ashley? There's Chantel. Will Tremaine contact Ashley Armstead? Hey there, how you doing? Mystic vibes? I am doing good. Did you go by another username before you were on here? Or did you just kind of fancy up your name with nice letters? I like the font. Is it Abel's Mystic Vibes? Okay. Will Tremaine contact Ashley Armstead? Abby, okay. Yep, I remember. Okay. Sorry about that. The I at the end of your name looks like an L. So I was thinking it was someone different. How's it going, Abby? It has been a minute. What's it been, a month? Month and a half? Maybe it's been longer. I'm bad with time. Oh yeah. Okay, so let's see what we get here for Ashley. So this one is all tied up in reverse. So if I see this one, there could be a possibility of them reaching out and contacting you. It doesn't seem very likely at this point in time. Hopefully, though, they do. But when I see this one in reverse, because if we look at this upright, you'll see she's standing here like this, and she kind of looks like she's not really bothered about being tied up. It looks like she could escape at any moment, but she's choosing not to, so she's putting herself in a bind. When it's like this, though, it could be someone not seeing the value of you, or someone not seeing what needs to be done. So it could be someone who is oblivious to the situation, but doesn't know how to communicate properly. So that's what I'm seeing here. There's a possibility they could reach out, but it would be a don't hold your breath kind of situation if I'm seeing that. But hopefully you get what you want. Right, Ashley? Almost 3 months. Lots going on in life. Maybe you could help with some answers. Abby, I think we could. I can put you on the free list here. We could do one card, one question, if you wanted to. Okay, Mukisa Fatima. Mukisa Fatima, are you there? You're on the list, and you're not too far away. Mukisa Fatima. I'm probably butchering the sound of your name, but I am calling you. All right, Mukisa Fatima. Is that a no-go? Okay. If you come back within a reasonable time, we can do your reading. Cassandra, what was your question? Okay, you're welcome, Ashley. Bree, you're very sweet. I would love to have my own show. Reach out to some producers for me. I'll go on to Good Night America. It's basically like Good Morning America, but it's very ASMR and you just fall asleep watching it. I could do that. I can put people to sleep. But thank you, Bree. That's very sweet. Okay, Cassandra. Cassandra, are you still there? There we go. There's Cassandra. Advice for this Sunday morning. Is everything going to be okay? I have an important event and I'm so nervous. All right. You would binge watch it every... Oh, well, that is so sweet. I'll start my own Netflix special. It'll be called Ripley's. Believe it. There's no or not. It's just going to be me force-feeding you information. You never know if with stuff like that. I'd be sweating bullets if I was on live TV or anything like that. I'd be so nervous. All right, so advice for this Sunday morning. Is everything going to be okay? You have an important event. Important. I don't know what the hell. An important event. All right. Hey there, Joseph. How's it going? Hello, Elizabeth. All right, so Cassandra, important event, and you're nervous. Let's see. How's it gonna go for Cassandra on Sunday? Okay, you must be shitting bullets, right? And that's an American saying we have, where you shit ammunition that belongs in a gun. So we have this right here. We have 7 of Wands. Okay, we got this precious little baby guy. He's saying, you know what? I want to leave, guys, but people are kind of blocking the way with their wands. Now, the way I read this is that you could be nervous because you're feeling like you're backed in a corner, right? And people generally don't like to feel that way. Whatever it is that you're nervous about, just imagine... Some people you don't want to imagine in the audience being naked, and I don't know why that would relax somebody unless they were perverted as hell. I don't know why people say picture them in their underwear. It's like, why? Does that do anything for anybody? What's going on, Cassandra? You said to give you some advice, so tell me what is the event that's going on? And I am doing good, Elizabeth. I am... You have to give a speech in front of 46 people. Okay. Picture him naked. Advice that's never helped me with anything. Here's what you do. Okay, Cassandra? I want you to listen to me on this because I've done speaking before. Not in front of 46 people, but in front of 4 to 6 people. And, no, about 11 people. So, what I do is this. You have your audience that's in front of you, right? and you're going to pick key or anchor points in the audience. What this means is that you're going to have somebody that you look at, okay? And you're going to go over to your left side, you're going to have someone that you look at. To your right side, you're going to have someone you look at. And in the middle, you're going to have someone you look at. You don't need to look them in the eyes, though. What you can do instead is you look right here. You look at the forehead. That way it's not intimidating. So it's like you're looking at somebody, but you're not making eye contact, but it's right here. And if you have those anchor points, it's going to help you feel more calm. And you just turn your head, you look at where your other anchor point is. Use that as a way to speak, because it does help. And hey there, Mystical Lena. So the long and short of it is that regardless of how it goes, you're going to be okay. Even if you bomb, okay? My first live event that I did bombed horribly. I'm still alive, okay? The pitchforks were not necessary, and the torches, you know, but yeah. Joseph has a point. If you lock eyes with somebody, lock eyes with each person and don't say anything until everyone leaves, you're golden. You don't have to do a talk in front of anybody, but yeah. Oh, man. The thirst of the gods. So you got to give it time and space. And Cassandra, public speaking is always going to be difficult until you practice it enough. And then it's, you know what, it's still difficult. It never gets easier. No, I'm just kidding. Practice makes perfect, okay? And so it just takes time to build up these muscles. Eventually, it's not going to be something that's a problem. Yeah, it takes practice. Oh, man. I get so thirsty, guys. Does this look too busy? I did this in Canva and I was thinking, this looks good. This looks good. And then I load it up on the screen and I'm like, man, it looks like Van Gogh threw up. You know what I mean? It looks, it's pretty, but it's cute. You literally have to give a speech Tuesday. You got this. Absolutely. Yes, it looks a bit messy. Ah, man, I need to fix it. You feel like it's the right amount of busy? Well, can you guys even read it on your end, or does it look blurry and kind of funkalicious? Because looking at it now, it looks funky. Oh, man. All right. You also like chaos and clutter, so maybe don't take your advice. Yes. Let's see. Yeah, Makisa, it's your turn. Go ahead and ask. It's easy to read, just a lot. Okay. I'll just go back to the other one. I'll work on this one and make it so it doesn't look like a 4-year-old just decided to scribble on the wall. Oh, come on. Nope. There we go. Now it just says Bree in the corner for no reason. I'll never explain it. People will be like, who are they? Let me do this here. There we go, and then we do this. That one's Yoshi, Bree. He's hefty. He's a good boy, he's a big boy. Okay, so let's do this one here. What is... Yeah, so Fatima, when you're ready, you're probably typing your answer now. Maybe, do they have the option where the text scrolls by on the screen like you're a news anchor? They do. I make all of my designs myself. So each and every one of these things that you guys see, because we got this one. I made this. Okay. I made this one. Nope. Well, I did. I made this. Nope. And then that one. Very, very beautiful cat. But I make all of these myself, and so, but there is a scroll option. You like this one, Elizabeth? The merch? I took items from, this took forever. The old simplistic style's better. I get you. I get you. But I'll do this one for now so that we understand that. Thank you, Bree. I appreciate that. When you do this kind of stuff, you have to be kind of like a I drew a flower. It's been good. It's been good, Elizabeth. Try, Makisa, try posting it in a different way. Sometimes the filter blocks certain words that I have. This one seems really good. Okay. And let's do this. So, hey there, Nadia. Okay, so let me do this really quick. I did draw another, some more flowers here. I'll show you guys. This one I liked. While I'm waiting for that question. And how are you doing tonight, Nadia? Okay. Then we go here. We'll do that one. Okay, you guys will see it here in a second. I've been working with some different ones, but I liked this one. You're okay, Nadia. I understand. I fall asleep when I'm talking too sometimes. I'm just good at doing that. But do you guys like this one? This one. It's mirrored, and so it's off. Yes, I did. I did use Procreate to make these. So Abby, I do designs like this. I've got other ones I've done too, but this one I did the most recently. And yeah. It's my favorite. It's my favorite, Elizabeth. $10 one time. And you have access to everything. Right? I mean, it's awesome. And you can do some crazy stuff with this. Okay, let me do that then. Let's put this little thing here. We'll go like this. Awesome, there we go. We got a post. We got ourselves a little sun right there, so we'll just leave it there. Okay, let's do this here and see what we got. And I'm going to do this. So I'm going to do Mukisa's question or Fatima's question, and then I'm going to go to Nadia's question because she did fall asleep last time. Okay. So let me do this then. So let me do Fatima's question, and then we'll have Nadia's question. Okay. future between Fatima and our Fatima and ARB. I'll just say ARB. Fatima and ARB. Let's see here. One more. So here's what I've got, Fatima. I get, thank you, Nadia. Thank you so much. Okay, let me do this. Super appreciated, Nadia. So here's what I've got for you, Fatima. So we'll wait until, okay, perfect. We get Knight of Swords in reverse, okay? This card is normally about extreme ways of thinking, and so there could be, maybe there could be some obsessions, there could be something going on. It feels to me like the energy is being blocked right now. If we're focusing too much on this connection, we can actually be blocking the energy, just because it can make it hard for things to manifest for us. When I see the Knight of Swords in reverse, there could possibly be a connection, right? But it just feels to me that there could be a lot of difficulties too, because that's what I've got here. Knight of Swords. It just feels like a very slow-moving connection, if there even is one, or something that's more stagnant. So I would say if you can, step away from it for a while or do whatever it is you want to do. But it doesn't feel to me like it's going to be necessarily a good connection. So that's kind of what I'm feeling there with that. Okay, so let's do this. I will do this here. Okay. And then I'll go here, and then I'll go here and do that. There we go. And thank you, Cassandra, for saying you'd buy my merch if you had money. I haven't bought any of my own merch yet either, except I did buy some hoodies. But my girlfriend wears both of them because they shrink like a son of a gun. They're good hoodies, they're good quality, but just order several sizes bigger if you can. Or a couple sizes bigger. Because it's that kind of, okay. And thank you, Joseph. You'll be after Nadia here. There we go. And so let's do this here. So we'll do this one. Whew. Scared me. I don't need to have that. Joseph, here we go. And you're welcome, Fatima. Thank you for being patient. Okay. Okay, it's 5 in the morning here, can't sleep. Nadia, you gotta get some rest. Apparently when you listen to me, you do fall asleep though, so let my somewhat high-pitched voice lure you to sleep. If they are cotton, don't wash them in hot water. Right, Cassandra, right. That would be the right way to do things. However, I tend to rebel against what's right. I say it's for the sake of justice, but we all know it's just because I'm too lazy to wash them. All right, Nadia. So is okay. Ashraf thinking about you, and is there some communication this month? All right, are they thinking about you, and is there some communication this month? Let's do some cards, guys. Let's see if we can get a full house this time. All right, aces are wild. Here we go. Ooh, that sounds good, Coco. Marshmallows with chocolate on a cookie sounds delicious. Okay. Okay, go on. Hey, Trixie. One more shuffle here. There we go. All right, is Ashraf thinking about you? Have a good one, Bree. Okay, let's see what we got here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then I just go from there. I just keep counting. Okay, so with Ashraf, I get these cards here. I get Ace of Swords. Okay. Yeah, this one's Trixie. Her personality, she is stupid cute. I'll show you guys a picture here after I do Nadia's reading. Woman holding a heart in reverse. No. Trixie, no. Trixie. Honey, no. Honey, no. No. I know you want feathers. I know. Okay. Okay. So Ace of Hearts, and then we have woman holding, or Ace of Swords, and then we have woman holding a heart in reverse. We have Page of Coins. Okay. And then we have Angel of Balance. So there could possibly be communication. But when I get this one, when I get the woman holding a heart in reverse, if this is the same person we were talking about, is this the same person, the doctor, or is this something else? I'm sorry to hear that, Cassandra. Yeah, I get attached to the little guys. I watched, me and my girlfriend watched this whole thing on Netflix. It was this cat show, or no, Discovery Channel. You guys go, if you have Discovery Plus, there is 3 episodes. Each of them is about 45 minutes on the science of cats. It's fascinating. I don't know. I'm interested with stuff like that. I am what they call a nerd or a geek or a GERD. That actually is something. Okay, so yes, it is. It's looking like, so I get this one here. Yes, Natasha, hold on 1 second. You'll be number 16 on the list. There isn't that many people on the free list, so just wait around for just a second. And I'm just going to be doing 2 $5 readings, and then I'm going to go back to the free list here, unless someone else pays. So Angel of Balance and the Page of Coins. So as we've talked about before, I don't advise waiting or putting stock into something here. there could possibly be communication, right? But when I see this in reverse, it's telling me that it's not going to lead to anything, right? It feels like it wants to possibly go somewhere from your perspective. This other person, though, seems like they are just not feeling it as much, because I just get a sense of busy energy, right? But also, it just feels kind of one-sided on your side, because that's kind of what I'm feeling there. I do feel like there's going to be communication, but I don't feel like it's going to turn into a more stable connection. It feels like there's just going to be more kind of small talk, but I don't feel like it's going to turn into anything a little bigger than that. So that's kind of what I'm getting, Nadia. Hopefully that's not the case, right? But I'm just going to be honest with what I'm seeing with the cards. And the only reason I'm thinking that is because this one's in reverse. But the reason I'm thinking it could turn into more conversation is because the rest of the cards are not in reverse. And we do have the Angel of Balance, the Ace of Swords, and the Page of Coins. Page of Coins could mean possibly the start of a more talkative connection. But again, I just don't advise people to wait. And next month, some communication. So I would say, let me look here, because you did have the other question. So give me 1 second. So let's lay these cards down here. Next month, what do we have? Because you did pay and you asked, for the last reading, so we'll do another one here for you. Okay. So, next month, which would be May, let's look here. So you said, you're so welcome, Nadia. You said this person is, did you say they were a Scorpio? Or were they an Aquarius? Because I've got some cards here. Okay, so first card we get... Okay, the Scorpion. All right. So first card we get the Death card in reverse, which I'll read. Underneath that, we get financial constraints. Over on the other side, we get the Fountain in reverse. And then we get this card. This is action. Okay, the Fountain is not found in any other deck that I'm aware of. It's outside of the minor and major arcana. You can see by looking at this. There's an infinity symbol up next to the fountain. So it's not major or minor arcana. It's outside of the flow of the tarot, so to speak. With this being in reverse, it could be that next month, the way I'm seeing it, next month maybe we try to get their attention in a more, how would you say it, more like... I feel like next month, maybe in May, you'll try to get their attention in a not so subtle way. And something tells me that this person, maybe they're grumpy, by nature. I just get a sense of so busy, and I feel like the heart feels closed off to me with this person. So they're like very, very busy, right? Hey there, Naomi. Awesome. You'll be after Joseph here. Thank you so much for the donation. Super appreciated, my friend. Okay. But with the financial constraints here, and then the action card here, okay, it feels like this person just doesn't have time. I don't get the sense of even relationships coming in. This person feels more scientific based or more logically based. I don't get a sense of a heart connection. And the Fountain in reverse could be that we're forcing a situation here. Because the Fountain upright is a card where we let things be and we let things flow. The universal flow is always going through us, but as soon as we start forcing something, we lose that connection. And when I see this right here in reverse, it's making me think, okay, we're holding on to a specific outcome, and if it doesn't happen, it's going to hurt. But our expectations are relying on a certain outcome. In time, we can learn that this isn't healthy for us, but that's what I'm seeing here, because it feels like we're just kind of setting ourselves up for heartache. I hope that doesn't come across as harsh. I just want you to have realistic expectations here, because it just feels like this person's energy it's not just you. It feels like to me this person's not open to anybody, right? That's the kind of energy I'm getting. So it's not just a you thing. But yeah. So hopefully, you're welcome, Nadia. You're very welcome. I wish you the best in this, and I hope you get what it is that you want. And yeah. Okay, so let's do this here. And I will be right back, you guys. Thank you, Nadia, for being so sweet. I appreciate that so much. And when I come back, we will do Joseph's reading. So Joseph, do you want to post a question? I'll see you later too, Nadia. Have a good one, okay? Maybe I'll see you Monday, Tuesday, or Friday next week. So have a good one, my friend. I'll be back. Hold on. It would be good if there was a thing that happened. Nope. There it is. All right. Let's do this here. There we go. All right. So let's see what we got here. So Joseph says, my question is someone focusing on my energy grounding to me? If yes, what are their intentions? Now let me look here in my book of secrets. It's just an iPad. But I'll make it sound more mystical. It's a magical iPad. Okay, Joseph, you know the deal. Is it okay if I tap into your energy? An occult tablet. There you go. Ooh, that sounds good. That sounds good. An occult tablet. A black mirror for scrying. Occult tablet's better. Okay, let's do this here. I'm just going to sit and focus for a second. Usually I can draw and something comes to mind, but I'll do it this way. If I write it down and then I touch it, as weird as that sounds, sometimes you can get information. So I'm just going to do this. Okay. Okay, Joseph, here's what I got. So we have, the one thing I was feeling was it's like an acorn, right? So I don't know how powerful this energy coming in could possibly be. I'm picking up on it being more of a subtle thing that's kind of like in the background. But when you focus on it, it becomes louder. That's kind of the vibe I'm getting with this energy. It feels kind of like an electrical grounding kind of sensation. That's what I'm feeling. But I got an acorn, positive energy, more subtle, gentle. So there is something grounding your energy. It's not negative, but it does feel like this this entity is something that is bringing awareness towards reaching deeper states, right? And I feel like for you, there's always this feeling of like wanting to go deeper and deeper and deeper. And so I feel like that's what this energy does. It feels like it's a guide that's helping you, and now you're noticing it. You're paying attention to it. Your energy is shifting to an extent to where your guide has to match you again, sort of, if this makes sense. They have to match your energy, and that's why you're able to pick up on theirs. Right now, you guys are getting ready to be in resonance again, but that's kind of the energy that I'm getting here. So the intentions feel positive. It feels like it's going to be more of a growing and grounding experience. And I do feel like it's something that if it does become like too much, or if it feels like it's too heavy, you can just ask your guide to stop the energy flow. You have control in this situation is what I'm feeling. But if you're wanting to reach those deeper states, if you're wanting to do stuff like that, that's kind of what this guide feels like it's doing. Does that make sense to you, Joseph? And hey, Ivory and Carla, yes, I can add you guys. Hold on one second. My night's going good, Ivory. How's yours? And thank you for asking. Hey, Charlene, yes, I can add you. Yeah, so there's that resonance frequency that you're kind of coming in contact again with. You're getting to know a connection deeper. And a lot of times, if I'm feeling malevolent or negative energy, it has a pull of intent, right? It has this intent to it that is hard to mask or disguise. So this connection here was super subtle, and generally if I'm connecting to somebody and there's this super subtle connection, it's usually positive, because darker intentions or things like that you can usually feel when you tune into a person's energy. So Charlene, what I do is I have a Cash App, PayPal, or you can do Super Chat. And if it should be down in the description below, there's a link that starts with WLO, and you can pay using that link. It has links to my other stuff, PayPal, Cash App, so that you could look at it that way, or you could do YouTube, or Super Chat, I mean. So there's a few ways to pay. But welcome, Charlene. And Cassandra says, speaking of spiritual guides, Chance, okay, serious voice. Speaking of spiritual guides, Chance, do you recommend any book or good source to learn more how to connect with spirit guides? I sure as hell do. It's my thing. So, give me 1 second. Un momento. So we got a couple of these here. And then we got this one. Okay, so, awesome, Joseph, I'm glad. So the 3 books I recommend, we have The Complete Clairvoyant, okay? This is basically 3 books in one. You Are Psychic, Extraordinary Psychic, and Freeing the Genie. The last book, Freeing the Genie, don't fall for it, it's a trap. Now, then we have this one. I'm just kidding, by the way. So we have Mediumship Mastery, The Mechanics of Receiving Spirit Communications by Stephen A. Herman. He is a Herman, remember that. His group is slowly losing steam here, but... So, there he is right there. I had a professional reading done by this guy. Expensive, right? But it was really good and spot on. Thank you, Charlene. Awesome. You're coming up right after Naomi, who is after Joseph, so I'm going to read Naomi next. And then it's your turn, and thank you so much, Charlene. Very generous. Okay. And then we have this book here, and then Naomi, what was your question again? Can you post it for me? So Mediumship Mastery, and then we have this one. So this one right here, this is we'll wait until this goes. This one right here, this is Sharon Osbourne's autobiography. You wouldn't think it's a good source, and it's not. I'm just messing with you. But these two books I would recommend. There's also a book called The Psychic Witch. Spirit guides are a little bit different. If everyone would be okay for me to talk about that and pause the paid for just a second, I can talk about spirit guides and communication. But Naomi and Charlene would have to be okay with me doing that. So you guys tell me if that would be okay. Is anyone interested in learning about spirit guides? Let me do this here. Okay. All right. So here's what we got. Yes, I do. Okay, so let's talk about this. So spirit guides work in a different way than than we've been taught, and I'll explain why I'm talking about a different way. Because we're taught in a very human way how spirit guides work and how they operate. We're not taught in a spiritual way how spirit guides work and how they operate. These are my feelings, these are kind of my theories on it, but to me these are resonating as true at this point in time, okay? I am by no means an authority figure on this subject, but it is something that I feel is going to be something worth mentioning. Okay, so humans are interesting creatures, all right? You know it's going to be weird when I start with that sentence. Makes it sound like I'm an alien, by the way I am. This is my way of revealing myself. Hi. The Glarkons will be here soon. Now, we're interesting creatures in the way that we choose to organize or how we categorize certain things. In the human realm, in the physical realm, we have categories for everything. We have boxes that everything fits in, and we're looking at things now, and people are freaking out over genders, over these different ways of identifying yourself, or over whatever, because it's no longer definable in a box. People like stability, and they feel like if there's no box to put another person in, they kind of lose their shit, okay? Because humans like to categorize, the mind likes to do that. And in the spiritual realm, spirits don't categorize like how we would categorize, right? So the best way I can speak about this is going to be right now. My name's Chance, all right? You guys would hopefully know that. This is Chance's Tarot. But let's say, and if you guys believe in reincarnation or you don't, that is totally up to you. I'm not going to argue with you on that. You have your beliefs. I have mine. And I feel like both can be correct. You know, it's not about debating. This is what I believe to be true. But my name's Chance, and a spirit guide may go by a name. It may go by a name, and it may introduce itself as, you know, whatever it happens to be. But also, what can happen is that spirit guides generally give you a what's called an energy sensation. right? And so what I mean by that is this. My guides, when I connect and I'm receiving information from a higher source, the whole upper part of my body starts to tingle, and it feels like static on the top of my head, and then it goes all around the upper part of my body. That's one of the ways my guides like to communicate and say that they're here. And they communicate by saying, okay, let's give you this sensation, and then I know it's a certain guide, right? And it feels like it's my philosopher guide. But the reason why I keep saying the word guide is because they want to be known. They want to be known by their energetic signature, not by their name. The reason being because of this. Naming is good, it's a human convention, but it has its benefits. But they want to be known by an energetic signature, kind of like a fingerprint, because imagine if you've lived thousands and thousands and thousands of lives. You've been every gender, alien life form, you've been whatever it is that you could be. And then you're telling that person one identity that you had out of those thousands and thousands of lifetimes. It doesn't really work that way. They'll pick a name, sure, if you need it, but ideally they want to give you a sign that they're there in a way of like, maybe it feels like there's a tap on your shoulder. That's your guide's way of saying something. Maybe it feels like there's a friendly hand on your back, a guide's way of saying something. A breeze goes by your head, the tingling feeling I was talking about, energy sensations. That's your guide's way of saying, hey, I'm here, and it's called a calling card. And your guide is going to communicate with you through that. Now, the way you understand that, or the way you kind of get this going here, is, and I know this sounds like it's so simple. It sounds like it's the simplest thing. Why didn't I think of it? Because it's so simple that it's going to be right in front of your nose and you're not going to do it. Because it sounds so simple. The best way we do this is by setting intention. And the only thing we have to do, we can say it out loud. We can scream it if you guys are into that. I think that's a little unusual. I'm not here to judge. But you can say it out loud. You can think it. And basically just say, hey, my spirit guide that would deal with communication, mediumship, psychic ability, tarot, whatever you can think of, can you please come near me now and give me a sign of your presence? Okay? Over time, this may not happen on command, but I'm at a point now, and I'm not saying this as a brag, I'm just saying it starts out small when you're feeling these kinds of energies because your guides do not want to overwhelm you. Sometimes, though, guides are not omniscient beings, okay? Our loved ones are not omniscient beings either. If grandma didn't know how to do taxes, right? And you're asking her a tax question on the other side after she's passed, she's still going to have no idea how to do taxes. They're not omniscient. They don't know everything. And spirit guides are the same. They're growing and evolving too, just like a human soul is. So what can happen is we can be connecting with the spirit guide, and they can come on too strong, and it can actually scare us or jar us a little bit. But they get excited when we start to connect. Sometimes it's subtle, and they introduce themselves slowly because they've worked with you before, and they know that you're going to work in a way that is going to be more gentle. But sometimes they're so excited to be near you that they can overwhelm you. But you can ask them at any point in time to come forward, to be closer to your energy, or to move back away from your energy. It's all about intention and setting intention. As soon as we do that, kind of by a written rule, they sort of have to follow those rules, especially if they're guides. Your guides will never be forceful. Your guides will be gentle and loving, and they can guide you. They can say, here you go this way, but you can decide if that's what you want to do. They're never going to force you into anything. It's always kind of like you get to choose, right? They lay out the options. And hey there, loving Lauren. Awesome. I'm glad it was a good reading. Now, she is. She's lucky the IRS doesn't have a spiritual branch. They're working on it. Give them a few eons, and I'm sure they'll catch up. But that's kind of how we connect, and it's as simple as asking them to come close. And if at first we're not feeling anything, keep letting yourself be in that space, and over time you develop a sensitivity to the presence of guides, and over time the sensations get stronger and stronger, and you'll be able to feel it more and more. But it's kind of like working out a muscle we haven't worked out in a long time in an active way. Subconsciously, we're working it out all the time. I believe we're spiritual beings where soul's having a human experience, not the other way around. And I firmly believe that when we're here, we're meant to experience certain things, and then our guides, because they're higher spiritual forms, they're meant to experience things too. Like I said, they're still learning as well. And that to me is kind of the distinction, because you have spirit guides, you have entities, you have disincarnate spirits, which is like a loved one that has passed on. Disincarnate meaning no longer having a physical body. And so that's kind of what I'm talking about here. I'll use the term disincarnate to talk about someone who was mortal once and has passed. I'll use the term entity to describe a spirit that could be a nature spirit. It could be any number of things. Spirits exist in so many different ways, but that's, kind of the thing there. That was kind of long-winded, but did that make sense to everybody? Hopefully that made sense. Charlene says yes. Okay, perfect. Perfect. I want to teach this in the future, so if you guys can understand what I'm saying. This one's Yoshi. He's a heart stealer and a fart dealer. And when he yawns, it stinks. Just a little bit. You're welcome, Cassandra. You're very welcome. That made perfect sense. Awesome. I'm glad that made sense. I'm glad that resonates. And you guys may have different... Oh, there we go. Oh, I can hear. Oh yeah, my pocket. Nope. There it is. I promise I'm not doing what you guys think I'm doing. I'm reaching for my AirPods case, but of course it looks like I'm playing a little pocket pool. Okay. There we go. So, you guys may have different experiences. Whatever I said, if it does not line up with what you've already experienced, your experience was not invalid. Okay, I want to make that perfectly clear. Guides can communicate to you in so many different ways that one of the ways that I could be saying it could be totally off. But there's something that happens. Awesome, Cassandra. I love that. Something else that can happen here, which is really interesting, is so with mediumship, right, the stuff I'm trying to get into, it's like you're connecting to... So psychic ability is, imagine a photograph, right? Do you remember those that came out of those little Kodak camera thingies? So imagine a photograph, you're holding it in your hand, okay? And there's a background to the image, which is it's the background, it's the environment. That's psychic ability. You're reading the background, you're reading a person's backstory. You're understanding their story from a different experience. It's basically the only way that you can experience someone else's life through your perception, right? And this knowledge comes through in a way that whatever it is that we're interested in and whatever hobbies or interests that we have or whatever occupation or position that we have in society or as a job or religion, Spirit's going to communicate to us through those kinds of means because it's symbols that we already understand. All right, I play a lot of video games. Is that a surprise to you guys? I don't think so. I look like I play a lot of video games all the time. I look like I'm playing a video game right now. I might be. You don't know what my feet are doing. But here's where it is. No matter what it is that you're doing, Spirit will communicate to you through your symbols. You're building up a psychic lexicon, a subconscious symbology of how these kinds of things operate, how they work. The closer we get to Spirit, the more we are able to hear and understand the resonance or the frequency. If you imagine a spirit as being a string that's strumming on a guitar, and then, if I'm not mistaken, if you hit a certain string on a guitar, it makes other guitars in the vicinity also hit that string. It's kind of like the same thing. You're harmonizing with spirit, and once you've harmonized and your energies have blended or fused together, then you can start getting information, and you can start doing that. Beating Elden Ring with his feet. No, the first boss I cannot beat, and I'm like level 30, and I cannot beat the first boss in Elden Ring. Anyway, I'm gonna look up how to do it because I'm tired of dying. That sounded really weird. But I'm gonna do Naomi's question here, and then we'll go a little bit onto a little bit more on the spirit guide part. But let me do Naomi's question. Both, Cassandra. So Naomi, stay with me here. It's both because I've seen people, but here's what's funny. Here's what's funny about psychic ability is that the people that are born with strong psychic ability, they never feel a need to practice or develop further. A lot of times people that have very little psychic ability and then build it up into something stronger are better psychics than the people that just have it given to them when they're born. So, kind of food for thought. All right, Naomi. So, what are Eli the Aquarius's feelings for Naomi? Thank you guys for being so sweet. I appreciate it. We have some awesome people on this channel. I have slides. I have slides that I prepared. I've taught 2 classes on psychic ability, mediumship, and I talk about everything you guys get. I talk about the conscious mind, the subconscious mind, and the superconscious mind. I talk about how that plays a role into certain things. It's fascinating stuff, and how deep it goes is insane. Yeah, Jesse, let me do this for Naomi, and then I can put your name down. Hopefully you don't mind waiting just a minute, but if you stick around with us here, we can do that for you. Okay. Here we go. So, 2 cards. How is Aquarius feeling towards Naomi? And so I get this card here. I get the 6 of Cups in reverse, and then I get Judgment right here. Okay? I'm going to actually do this. So with 6 of Cards in reverse and Judgment right here, it feels like there could be a lack of an emotional connection. That's kind of what I'm feeling from this Aquarius. Hopefully things kind of work out in the direction you want them to work out in. But if I see 6 of Cups in reverse, there's something that's not being expressed in an emotional way. There's something that's being held back. And it just feels like a lot of times men go through, or not men, people go through trauma and they don't translate it into something that they can transmute, right? They don't make it into something that they can change or transform. The reason why we have to express our emotions is because if we don't, we kind of bury them alive and they always come back out, always. And men or women do not know sometimes how to handle their own emotions. So that's kind of what I'm seeing here. The Judgment card right there, that is upright. We could have a sense that maybe this person could be our person, maybe, and I don't know if this is the case, I'm just saying it like this. There could be like, maybe this person could be a destiny or this person could be a soulmate kind of thing. And if that's the case, I don't specifically believe in that, but it could just be to me that this connection doesn't feel like it's mature in this way, or it feels like there's a holding back. And it doesn't feel like it's anything necessarily to do with you. It feels like there's just kind of a secretiveness or the way this person is, right? So it doesn't, to me, seem like a connection worth pursuing at this time, but maybe in the future there could be something there. So I'm just going to be honest with you, Naomi. That's kind of what I get. Thank you for saying that, JK. And that's been my experience too. I was born with good mental fortitude, but no real natural spiritual gifts, and now I teach 3 naturally talented people in my spiritual school. Awesome. That's incredible, Joseph, and it takes time. You would think so, Cassandra, and you're very sweet to say that. YouTube does not promote spiritual content. They just don't. I've watched people on here that have been on this channel for 10 years, uploading amazing content, and they're barely at 4,000 subscribers. And their videos, which are chock full of spiritual information, good stuff, get maybe 100, 200 views if they're lucky. You would think it works that way, but the thing you got to do first, you got to build an audience. After you build an audience, then you can shift things into more of a spiritual channel, right? That's kind of what I'm going with there. So that's what I want to do. I want to build this channel up a little bit and then do more spiritual information where there can be more of an audience. Trixie, get down. Trixie. 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 Honey, they're gone. They're gone. Yeah, you're okay. You're okay. You want to say hello? Okay. All right, and thank you for saying that. It's all about spiritual, yeah. Well, that's good. That's good. If there's a few people that teach about these things, they have 400,000 subs, that's good. I hope they're spreading a good message. I wish there was people out there that were more interested in spreading a good message instead of using their influence to do basically nothing. I'm sorry if that sounds like I'm being weird, but there could be so much done in this world if people could use their influence towards something a little less vain. Anyway. So let's do this then. Charlene, are you wanting to hear a little bit more spiritual stuff, or do you want to get started with your reading? Because we could totally do that. We could totally. Either way, I'm fine. I'm fine with. I just don't want to keep you waiting for a reading, because sometimes people just want their reading, you know. And I can dish that out. You just let me know. No rush. Okay, perfect. No rush. Two of my favorite words in the English dictionary, I think. We're all paying it forward from these experiences. And I'm learning too, and I'm growing too. Every time I come on here and I do this, I learn something. I learn how to talk with you guys better. I learn how to approach things in a different way. And I learn how to be more pragmatic with how I guess with how I approach things. Like you guys are teaching me as I'm teaching you. And it's something that's kind of difficult to put into words, but I'll try and do it. And speaking of words, this is hilarious. All right, it's not a spiritual thing. It's not a spiritual thing, but just the way this is done, I'm gonna show you guys something, okay? And then, well, we'll have a chuckle. So hold on one second here. Let's see. Why isn't it not working? Okay. All right, give me 1 second here. I think I can do it this way. Okay, so I'm going to send this to my notes, and then I'll be able to just copy and paste. You'll see why. You'll see why I'm having a difficult time with this. Hold on. There we go. All right, so now I should be able to transfer that. And I'm going to say what's at the end of this, right? Cassandra, sometimes with the way I speak, you wouldn't think English was my first language either. So I get it. I understand. And Joseph, thank you so much for the fiber. I appreciate that, my friend. Here it is. This right here is something I find very interesting. So this I'm typing it for a reason. Look at how cruel of a joke that is. Read what I just typed there, and it is a cruel joke. Trixie, honey. I love you. I do. You're my favorite. Probably. You can go up there. I just think that's hilarious. I'm sorry if you guys are scared of long words, but who in the world is making up the... Anyway, I just think that's funny. You're scared of long words? Well, here's a long word for you. And it's irrationally long. Anyway, I thought it was funny. Okay, so now there's different concepts too. So like I was saying, you have your psychic information, okay? Psychic information is very different. Psychic information is very different. I'm not kidding. Take a look at it, copy and paste that word, and yeah. It's just funny. I don't know. And then there's one protein. There's a protein out there that it's like 130,000 letters, right? So it's a scientific name, but I don't think anyone on Earth has ever said it. It's like a protein or something, a building block of something, and for some reason it has like 100,000 letters. And Cassandra is, I think Cassandra's glitching a little bit. But, so the psychic is you're reading the background of the photo, okay? The mediumship is where you're reading the subject that's in the photo. Let's say it's a person, and or someone who's passed on. So with psychic energy, you're connecting with a kind of a static background of the person. It's not usually going to change too much. It's going to be kind of the same story when you tune into it. There will be different information that comes through, but the energy is going to be similar, right? But when we connect with someone mediumistically, a spirit that's already passed on, it's much more dynamic and alive. And the way your body feels when you're connecting with the spirit and you're fusing you're melding your energy with the spirit, it's kind of like you're letting something inside of your aura and you're embracing it. And depending on how deep a medium can go into, let's say, a trance or a sleep state, that depends on how far the mediumship can go from the spirit. There's mental mediumship, which is what I'm learning. Then there is trance mediumship. And then there is chance mediumship. Okay, that's the best one, just so you guys know. And then there is physical mediumship. And if you take something from one extreme and you bring it to the other, that generally means there's a lot of power there. And what I mean by that is, if you take something spiritual, but you make it subjective, there's usually a lot of power in that. Or you make it objective. Hold on a second. I think my cats are fighting. Yoshi. Okay. So that's kind of the situation we have there. But chance mediumship, you go for it, Joseph. Just give me a discount when you sell it back to me. Okay. Now, each level of mediumship is different. Like I was saying, mental mediumship, I'm connecting with the spirit. but that's kind of it. It's kind of like a game of telephone. The spirit's usually telling me something, and my guide is acting as an intermediary. So my guide comes in and it acts as a form of protection, right? And it makes it so that the readings go smoothly. So I'm kind of like triangulated. My guide's over here, the spirit's behind me, and they're forming a connection. This makes it so it's safer to connect. It's safer to do that kind of stuff. And mental mediumship is, guys. Okay, there we go. I'm sorry, they like to fight. Mental mediumship is very subtle, and other people that are around you generally won't feel the energy of it. It's going to be something where you're feeling the energy, you're tuning into it, and generally speaking, you're the only one that tunes into it. On super, super rare occasions, two mediums, two psychics, or even more can come together and see the same thing. It's pretty rare, and the resonance that has to be between those two mediums and the spirit would have to be very finely tuned. It can happen, though. There was one couple out there, okay? They were married. There was a guy, and there was a woman. And the guy was able to bring through, like, what the person had presented themselves as in the personality, but then the woman was able to draw what they looked like. And by the end of it, you had a sketch of what the person looked like, and then you had, like, it was crazy. It was really interesting stuff, and they worked as a team. So stuff like that can be done, but I believe that takes a lot of practice, obviously. Trance mediumship is when you go into a kind of a sleep state, if you want to call it that. And it basically means you're putting your mind into a place where your active mind kind of leaves. The medium during a trance can be in their physical body, but sometimes they're not, okay? For instance, you can feel, like when I'm connecting, I'm trying to do different kinds of connecting. And one of them that I think is really interesting is trance mediumship, where my consciousness, it has to exit the left side. I don't know why. It just needs to go out that way. It feels wrong if I try to do the right side. And when I'm focusing on that energy, I can feel another presence, and it sort of starts to envelop or embrace me. And that's going to be the start of trance mediumship. And then usually the medium will go through a process where they'll feel pressure on their throat. And generally, that pressure that you feel on your throat, that's spirit trying to speak through your voice box, right? Once you learn to let go in almost a complete way, the trance mediumship becomes something where the medium leaves the body, okay? They've left the body, the spirit comes in, and then that spirit is able to control the medium's arms, hands, face, voice, whatever you'd want to say. And the person that you'll be speaking with will have the same mannerisms, like the medium will be able to give you the same mannerisms that the person was. Let's say the person died and they were always doing like things with their hands or whatever. The medium will do that as well. They'll show you the personality has lived on in a way, but it's through the medium. And so the medium becomes kind of the interpreter of the spirit, but the conscious mind is gone, right? Yeah, Carla, you're on the list. And so, let me go here. The conscious mind is gone. And then you have physical mediumship, which is the most interesting one of the bunch. But as I describe it, you guys will probably think it sounds strange, you know? Would you want me to talk about physical mediumship? This is where it gets kind of trippy, if it wasn't trippy already. Learning to let go, though, is the only way that we can let other spirits in our space and communicate. But we need to learn how to let go in a safe environment. We need to feel safe and secure, and then we can do this kind of work in a way that's controlled for the most part and bring through information that is evidential to loved ones that have passed on. But yeah, so that's kind of the thing there. But it's fascinating stuff, and it's something you can keep learning. And there's probably a deeper level than physical mediumship. There's been a lot of stuff there, but generally speaking, physical mediumship which I'm probably not going to go into the descriptors. But physical mediumship happens in a way that's like, it usually takes the medium, once they've hit trance level mediumship, it usually takes the medium, I would say, 10 years or more of like going to a circle every week, absorbing spiritual energy, and being able to do that. And now they say that some mediums that are physical mediums, they say you're born with it or you're not. Every medium has the capability to do some physical mediumship, but some mediums have a capability to go far and beyond and become juggernauts of the physical medium space. Physical mediumship is this, okay? It's going to sound bizarre compared to what I've been saying before. But physical mediumship is where you're in a trance-like state, your spirit's left the body, and then a spirit comes in, and then it can come out of the orifices of the medium, okay? And I do mean any orifice. This is where it gets kind of weird. But there's an ectoplasm that forms. The ectoplasm is kind of like a spiritual fog or a container that comes out of the mouth, or it comes out of something. It's very sensitive to light. And generally speaking, it smells like what you had for lunch. So if you ate a lot of garlic, it's going to smell like garlic. It's weird, I know. One person I was talking to said that this ectoplasm came from the pancreas, I believe. I thought that was interesting, knowing kind of where it comes from, but possibly anyway. With this ectoplasm that comes out of the medium's mouth or ears or nose or wherever, there can be, basically a medium can do what's called a spirit trumpet. And it looks like a phonograph, like those old record players, like a trumpet on that. But through that, everyone in the room can hear the spirit talk as if they were still alive. So the loved one comes through in a way where you can hear their physical voice. You can actually hear them speaking because the medium's able to hold such a powerful connection that you can do that. And you can also do this, and this one's really fascinating too. So you can make it, you're basically not doing anything. I'll make that clear. I'm saying you can do this, you can do that. The only thing you have to do in this situation is be able to relax and let go completely. But another thing that can happen is that spirits will start to take the form, like their human form that they had, in a kind of a ghostly visage, if you want to think of it that way, kind of that misty thing. You know how spirits are represented in movies and stuff like that. It's kind of similar to that. And they can actually walk around the room and they can look at you. Generally speaking, you'll have a medium that does one or the other. I haven't heard of a medium that can make a voice and do the walking around spirit thing at the same time. But if that was something that could be done, I would think that would be some incredible evidence, right? And I can show you guys some pictures if you'd want to see some pictures of what physical mediumship looks like. You let me know. I just want to make sure I'm not taking Charlene's time. And hopefully I don't sound like a nutter butter. Oh, man. Awesome. Perfect, Charlene. You're very interested in this. Perfect. Okay. So, I can show you guys through, I think I can do it through this. So give me 1 second. Awesome. Okay. Give me 1 second to pull this up here. A lot of people say there's not a lot of physical mediums out there. I believe there's a lot of physical mediums out there, but the way that a physical medium has to develop is strict. And so you're not going to know you're even a physical medium. I believe an everyday Joe could be one. They'd have no idea that their soul could be expressed in that way. And that's what I call these gifts. I call them soul expressions, because that to me is what it is. It's your soul expressing itself in the form of a gift or blessing, whatever you'd want to call it. Sometimes it seems like a curse because we haven't learned how to control the ability yet, but all of it's there to show us or to help us in some way, shape, or form. Okay. So let me do this here. There's one in particular I want to show you. If I can find, here we go. Okay, so this one's kind of hard to see and to understand, but I'll show you guys this picture, and this person was known to be one of the best back in the day. He could do all the forms of mediumship, trance, physical, mental, and generally speaking, it seems like it's a building block. You're a mental medium, then you're a trance medium, then you're a physical medium. There can be sporadic awakenings to where you can hit one of these levels for a brief moment, usually, but then you have to build up your energy to sort of have it be something you maintain. So it's like spirits saying, hey, you want a demo of what this can be? You know, you get 30 minutes of the demo and then you have to pay for the full thing. The payment in this case is your time on Earth, working towards building a skill. Okay, so I'll show you guys this picture here. Let me send this to my computer. Well, let me do it this way. Actually, I wonder if I could do this. No, never mind. Oh, it does work. Okay, perfect. So this is really cool. My iPad and my computer are connected together using universal control. So I should be able to grab this picture and just pull it up to the computer, I think. Okay. All right, not quite as easy as I thought, but I'll show you guys the picture here. Sorry, one second. I'm just, there we go. All right, I'm trying to find it, and okay, you know what? I'll just show you from my iPad, and you guys can see it. So this right here is, so they're doing something called spirit photography. When you take these kinds of pictures, now this was back in the day, okay? Gordon Higginson was one of the best physical mediums, at least that I've ever heard of. He was so proficient at doing mediumship that he could tell people how they were related to each other just from, you know, being next to the people. He could point one person out and say, you're related to this person. But then he could also do something that was really cool where he could be channeling one spirit and speaking to one person, but he would be writing a message from another spirit as he was doing that. So as soon as he was done with one reading, he would read what he wrote, and he wasn't even looking at the paper. He's just able to write, and then he could read it to the person that it was meant for. Really interesting stuff, but connecting with two spirits at the same time and being able to actually have both of them come through, which I've never heard of another medium doing. I'm sure it's possible, but he had a level or a proficiency that was ridiculous. He also seemed like a stick in the mud at times, though. But this is what I've got right here, and it's going to be kind of hard for you guys to see it. But, yeah, it is kind of hard for you guys to see. It looks like cheesecloth or something like that. If you type in Gordon Higginson physical mediumship, you'll be able to find some pictures. And some people were frauds. Some people, you know, tried to get attention, tried to do whatever. But Gordon Higginson, in my opinion, was one of the legit ones. And he was able to do some crazy stuff. And it does look like cheesecloth, or it looks like fog that's coming out of, or like a dry ice machine that's coming out of the medium. And what's really scary, though, and kind of interesting, is that so you have these spiritual abilities when the ectoplasm comes out, I was saying before, it's sensitive to light. Generally, you're in a red room, right? When you do this, it's like infrared light is okay. Taking pictures or flash photography, which was super popular back then, what can actually happen? It is ectoplasm, yes. What can actually happen is if you take a picture with flash, when the medium is doing their thing, the physical medium's doing their thing, the ectoplasm's out and it's forming or it's doing whatever, it will actually retreat really fast back inside the medium, and it can cause really severe burns. Because when it goes back in, it's like, if it goes in really fast, it can really burn the medium and hurt him. And Gordon Higginson burned his throat really bad because someone took flash photography when he was doing this. And I can only imagine a burned throat wouldn't feel too good. You know, like burns in the throat. Anyway, but it's a fascinating topic, right? It's an interesting thing. And then it goes into other areas as well. I could talk your guys' ear off about this because it goes into an even deeper state. Not the same as physical mediumship, but human potential, right? What humans are capable of. We only use, they say we only use 1% of our brains, but there's still people out there that are racist and that are mean and horrible. I'm thinking we use 1% of our brains. We like to say we use 10% because we want to feel superior, but we're babies. We're babies compared to what we could be, the potential that we could have. You know, we're just little younglings. I think that's what they call them in Star Wars. Just call them kids. Anyway. But that's kind of the area where things start to develop and things start to take off, is when we're talking about physical mediumship and stuff like that. We start entering a world of, I'm going to call it quantum reality, right? Because I do believe spiritual ability lies in quantum mechanics, quantum physics, and I think there's a huge connection with that. So we'll see as time goes on how that theory pans out. But in my opinion, the more science studies the quantum universe, the more the spiritual universe will expand as well into that. And we'll see some interesting stuff. I mean, yeah. Thank you, Cambria, for the payment. So, what did you guys think of that? Was that informative? And then when I come back, we're going to do Charlene's question here. I'm just going to... Awesome. I love that, Charlene. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Perfect, perfect. We can do more of that kind of stuff in the future. I just want to make sure I'm not boring people to tears. Some people want to hear it, and then some people are like, well, they're in a hurry or they're not in the mood. And I tend to talk, but this is one of the subjects. There's one person in front of you, Cambria. They did a $20 one, so yeah, it's there's one person in front of you. Okay, I'm gonna be right back, you guys. You're welcome, Cassandra. If I got people that are interested in it, I am more than happy to share what little I know. And I say little because there's so much to learn with this stuff. And, you know, maybe one day I'll be like, yes, Jesse, you're on the list. Maybe one day I'll be like, hey, you know, my perception's changed. Things are different now. But I think the spiritual world is ever changing too. So I think that's why it keeps changing. Okay, I'll be back. Hold on. Okay. Thank you, Cassandra. That's very sweet. I will, I'll definitely keep it in mind. I'm going to look at Charlene's question again. Okay, so we have, will you and Anthony stay together? Well, thank you, Cassandra. I appreciate that. Yeah, I got slideshows too, talking about it. I made them kind of interactive and fun. I've got two different slideshows talking about psychic development, kind of starting from the beginning and working your way up. I could make more in the future. Eventually, I could have a few on each topic, kind of covering various things. Okay. All right, so no, Cassandra, it's not on my channel yet. I'm trying to think what to do with that. I taught physical classes with these slideshows, but I haven't uploaded them to the channel just yet. I'm trying to think of what to do with them, so we will see. Okay, here we go. Okay, let's do this. Charlene, are you still there? I hope you're still there. Oh, well, we haven't started your reading yet, but I'll do this. Okay, let's do, no. Well, yeah, let's do that. Awesome, Charlene, perfect. There you go, Charlene. Now you can come back and watch it again if you need to. Here we go. Okay. All right, well, you and Anthony stay together. Will you and Anthony stay together? Let's see here. Oh, the odds. Okay. So I'm going to flip the cards over, Charlene. I'll say things like, ooh, interesting. And then that's your reading. Now, can you imagine if that's how I operated? I'll look at the cards here, and we'll go from there. So let me do this. Okay. So here's what I've got, and it's interesting. No, we're not doing that. So I get this. We have Page of Cups in reverse, okay? Then we have strategy in reverse. We have Four of Swords in reverse. We have community. We have Nine of Cups. We have walking away. We have 10 of coins. And we have envy. Right? You're very welcome, Jeannie. Have a good one, okay? Oh, the itchy ears. So, Page of Cups in reverse with strategy in reverse. Charlene, has there been... Do you feel like there's been an argument, or do you feel like there's been things kind of building up between you and this person? Because these two cards in reverse feels like... It feels like there's something blocking this connection here. And it could be someone who's acting emotionally immature. Could possibly be a water sign, Cancer, Scorpio, or Pisces. All the time. Okay. Okay, so then the rest of this reading will kind of make sense. So, Page of Cups in reverse, strategy in reverse. The thing that's coming to my mind, Charlene, I do not pull punches on this channel. So when I talk, know that I'm coming from a place that's not biased, but I will tell you how it is. Okay, I do not sugarcoat it. He is immature. Okay, makes sense then. So Page of Cups in reverse, strategy in reverse. We're looking at someone who I feel like doesn't have an action plan in the way that they can make things happen. Maybe this person's waiting for a lucky break, or maybe this person's waiting for things to come to them in a way. But it feels like this person going out and getting what they want and achieving certain things, it feels very, very hard. The immaturity, the things like that, it feels kind of like the stubbornness, I want to say lack of responsibility, but I don't know for sure, but I heard lack of responsibility. It just feels like there's this connection here that feels tenuous. It feels like it's flux. It's in flux, right? It's going up and down and up and down. And hold on. Sorry, I thought I heard my cats fighting. I heard something. So then we have Four of Swords in reverse. Okay, and we have this guy just relaxing, just chilling. Relaxing all cool. Something Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. I don't remember how the song goes, but I did watch it. Then we have community right here. Okay, so Four of Swords in reverse and community. There's no time for rest or reprieve. Four of Swords is generally a card of rest, or it's a card of like relaxing, doing something. But if there's no reprieve or no parts of the relationship where, let's say you guys get in an argument, okay? It's normal for couples to get in arguments, but do we talk about what happened, or do we just drop it and pretend like it never happened and we never bring it up again? That's going to know if you're in a good connection or not. And a lot of times people have things happen, they're big deals to them at the time, and they just hold on to it and they don't express it, and they wake up the next day and they're just like, let's start over again. Let's not talk about it. Let's not bring things up. If that's the case, that's going to make it so that the connection is going to be difficult, right? And a lot of times if we're dealing with someone that's immature, you always drop it and move on. So there's no talking about it, going back and addressing things that have happened in the past. Okay. So, Charlene, from your energy, right? And I usually ask before I tap in, but I've been tapping into your energy just a teeny bit. Just a little dose of it, and I'll be fine. I don't need any more. But we get these two cards here. I get Nine of Cups, and I get Walking Away. Nine of Cups and Walking Away. Those two cards being right there, what's interesting with this is it's like, maybe you're looking for me to tell you something, or maybe you're trying to find it out yourself. I feel you do care for the person that we're talking about here, but at times it can get to a point where you've probably wanted to drop the connection. You wanted to do something here. When I see Nine of Cups and Walking Away, yeah, okay. When I see Nine of Cups and Walking Away, it feels to me like you're going to be a lot happier. I get your energy as being kind of confident, kind of bubbly, maybe sarcastic, okay? It's not a bad trait. Sarcasm is good. It's good stuff. But we've put ourselves in a situation where another person doesn't appreciate us for being us. I feel like we have to turn the volume down on our stereo in order for this person to hear us or to try to understand us, but it doesn't feel like there's even an emotional capacity to connect that way. And you're wanting something more, right? And I'm sorry it's a Sagittarius. I am, Shirley. But seriously, it's one of those things that's like, and if there's any Sagittarius watching this right here, you guys are awful. I'm just kidding. You guys are awesome. There's good Sagittarius and there's bad Sagittarius. Just like there's good Tauruses and there's bad Tauruses. Any sign can have good and bad traits, but certain signs can be a little more stubborn than ever. I'm so sorry, Charlene. I didn't know you were a Sag too. Oh, he's a Libra. Okay, let me reverse everything I said. Sages are great. Libras are the ones you gotta watch out for. I messed up, Charlene. I screwed that one up. Sages are great. I have no problem with Sages. You sometimes open mouth insert foot, but other than that, you guys seem cool. You guys are the life of the party. So that's good. That's a good thing. Let's see how far I can dig this hole. Well, thank you, Charlene. You're very sweet to say that. I'm going straight to the center of the earth. Okay, so then we have these ones here. But, okay, this is the thing. This is what I'm thinking, Charlene. It feels to me, you're a Libra. Cambria, I'm so sorry about that. That is irreversible. No, you know what? Let's say that I never said anything about nothing. Let's start over. Men in Black, I got the little flash thing and I erase everyone's memories. And I forgot how to go to the bathroom. Okay, so anyway. We have Ten of Coins. We have Envy. Right? And when I look at these cards here, I feel like, Charlene, it feels like you have options. But I feel like you make yourself small so that other people can appreciate you. It feels to me like you're a bright flame and other people are scared of the fire. And for some reason, you lower your brightness to make it so that other people can be comfortable staring at you. But there's a uniqueness with you. And if other people can't see it, that's not your problem. But we could be having... oh, shoot. Okay. Okay, thank you. And so, to me, it feels like there's options, it feels like there's opportunities, but you do not need to try to translate your soul into a language that you don't speak. You, Charlene, and I'm getting pumped for some reason. It could have been the large Diet Coke. It could have been that, or it could be that I'm picking up on your energy and I feel a sense of like, there's like a renewed energy about you, but you're giving your energy to the wrong people. And I feel like you're someone who you don't want to put up a fight, you don't want to put up a fuss, but boundaries need to be there. Otherwise, we're going to keep attracting people that don't understand us for who we are. They're going to keep misinterpreting us as something. And if someone is immature, most of the time, they're also insecure, right? They're also jealous. They're also petty. There's a ton of things that come with being immature, and it's not a Lucky Charms situation where you find a pot of gold with a bunch of marshmallows in it. I could use some marshmallows. But primarily, don't dim yourself down. The truth, all the above. Okay. I've done that. I've done that too. I'm not going to make this reading about me, but let me talk about me for 15 minutes. So I've tried doing that. I've tried to fit into the mold. I've tried to do everything that I could to make myself acceptable in society's eyes, right? And I'm telling you right now, I gave up that shit long time ago because society, they didn't even appreciate me when I was pretending to be like everybody else. They didn't even appreciate that. And so I'm like, well, screw that then. I'm going to be me. And to this day, I'm still trying to find out who the hell I am. But so far, I'm liking what I'm finding. But when we're with someone that's immature as well, you're not going to have self-growth either, Charlene, because you're minimizing yourself and your experiences. And when we're with someone that's immature as well, there could be times where we could have an awesome day and we don't even want to share it with the person because maybe they'll bring us down. We need to look for a partner that's going to raise us up and be a good match for us, but we need to deal with the reason why we chose this kind of person in the first place. And generally speaking, there's trauma. There's something there that's blocking us from making the right decisions. And it's not because we're stupid. It's not because of anything like that. It's because there's unhealed parts of ourselves that we need to focus on, and we need to use that healing energy. I'm going to go out on a limb here, Charlene. He does that all the time. Okay, so I'm going to go out on a limb here, and I'm going to say that you probably have people-pleasing tendencies and perfectionistic tendencies. Would I be correct in saying those two things? Generally, when I talk about people-pleasing tendencies, it's like when we were little, we were always told that other people were more important than us. Anyone was more important than we were, and we would always be told to put ourselves last. Okay, so that's true. So, here's the deal. Here's the thing. I'm going to take a suspenseful sip of water here. It's suspenseful because my mouth is so dry, I don't know if I can drink it. I'm doing it, though. I think there was a cat hair in the water. Ugh. It goes down smooth, though. Hey, how you doing, Angelino? And Shakan. So if we have people-pleasing tendencies and we have perfectionistic tendencies, that generally means that we have empathic abilities to some extent. And that also means that we have difficulties setting boundaries with people. We have difficult time saying no. We have a difficult time standing up for ourselves. And the perfectionistic tendencies make it so that as we get older, it's going to be harder and harder for us to try to do new things because we can't do them perfectly. And we never will be able to do them perfectly. And so it's not going to be easy for us to try new things. So the perfectionistic tendencies limits our growth. And then we attract a partner that also has the perfectionistic tendencies or something along those lines. Let's say they're judgmental tendencies, right? And so the empath part of you comes in. You see someone who is hurting and you want to help them with the pain. In some way, shape, or form, you saw that this person was, they could use your help. They could use your assistance. And maybe you felt like if you fixed this person or you helped this person in some way, that it could work through a relationship that you didn't quite have with a father or a mother. And you could fix that. You could mend it in some way. But you're making it so that someone else is your priority so that you don't have to focus on yourself and focus on what you need to heal. And we can always use relationships as a form of escapism. Relationships can be as addictive as drugs or anything, right? Angelino, we're just talking about perfectionism and people-pleasing tendencies and sort of where these characteristics come from. But is what I'm saying making sense so far, Charlene? I don't want to be that person, Angelino and Charlene, but I'll tell you something right now. Almost anyone that's watching this channel right now has those same two tendencies. I'm not even kidding. Every single person that comes on here who I'm helping, and I really get through to them, I really help them, they have these tendencies. You're amazing on point. Thank you, Charlene. And I do too, to some extent. The more spiritual we are, the more kind of situations like this we go through. And the perfectionistic tendencies, the people-pleasing tendencies, they all come from not being able to meet expectations that were impossible to begin with, and also conditional love from our parents or friends. Conditional love is, if you get an A, I'll love you. If you get an F, you don't get love, right? That's conditional love. Unconditional love is where you don't have to do anything to earn love. It's just there. It's just there. As long as you keep trying your best, as long as you keep moving forward and keep evolving and helping yourself grow, that love is there, right? But that's kind of the situation we're talking about here. And it's not something that changes overnight, but it does change with time. But here's the thing. Here's the part that's interesting here. So we're going to be talking about this, and I'll explain something to you guys that makes sense. At least to me, it makes sense. Maybe to you guys, you'll be like, what's he talking about? No, I think you guys are well over smart enough to understand what I'm going to say here, even though it is a little complex. So follow me with this. Okay? So, how does the brain work? Nobody knows. Let's move on to the next question. No, I'm just kidding. Here's how the brain works. At least from my limited understanding. Okay. Hopefully I can go into a little bit of drawing stuff. Are you guys okay if I do some drawing to kind of show you, first off, how weird of an artist I am? And secondly, you want to see my doodles? Not my doodle. That's something completely different. I don't do that. Not on here. Okay, so let's do this. And I'll show you guys kind of the thing that I'm talking about here. So, the way that our brain learns is like this. Hey, Penny. Give me 1 second here. Okay, the way that our brain learns is like this. And I want you guys to look at this when I show it. And then you can kind of see what I'm doing here. So imagine this. I actually had a scenario come in my mind. Imagine this right here. You have, and I'll show you, hold on. You have a neuron that's firing something in the brain. It's like an electrical signal. This is called a synapse or a synaptic response. The way that the brain learns new things is through synaptic responses. So different points in the brain, and there's tons and tons. I mean, there's more than you could ever count in a lifetime. There's tons of synapses, and the way they connect is how we learn new skills, abilities, new ways of interpreting things, psychology, things like that. Basically anything you could learn. Now, this is kind of the situation we're looking at here. So these two synapses right here, these two synapses, or these two neurons right here, one of them you'll see has waves in front of it. Think of these waves like Wi-Fi that's going through the air, okay? And when we're first trying to learn a new skill or ability, it's slow. It's very, very slow. And the reason why, when we're trying to change ourselves, it feels so uncomfortable and it feels like we shouldn't be doing it, is because it goes against what we have already learned. And any time that we're trying to do something that goes against what we've already learned and been indoctrinated with in society, our mind is going to say, I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this. The mind wants to be comfortable at all times. Any discomfort comes in, the mind says, shit, get me out of this, get me out of this. So learning new skills becomes very difficult as we get older because we're no longer challenging ourselves to be uncomfortable in situations. Instead, we always want comfort. We always want that comfort. And as long as we're chasing comfort, we're not growing anymore. So what happens is this. We feel uncomfortable at first when we start to change, right? Puberty can do that. No, that's not what we're talking about. We feel uncomfortable when we start to change. we start to learn a new skill, we start to understand things differently, and the reason why is because we're entering into a state of cognitive bias, right? And cognitive bias is holding two opposing ideals or truths to be true at the same time. Until we pick one or the other, we're going to feel a sense of confusion, we're going to feel a sense of vulnerability, agitation, but it's like having two truths. Both of them are equally true, but we're confused because we can't choose which one to pick yet. Over time, we know which one to pick and we pick the right path, or we don't, and we learn lessons along the way, right? But then we have this. We stick with this skill. We stick with learning, even though it's uncomfortable, it's not fun, and we don't feel like we're getting anywhere. We stick with it. Okay? Now, what happens when we stick with it? I'll show you. So, and now remember that this synapse, this Wi-Fi synapse that we're comparing it to, this is slow. This is slow movement. But what if we had this? Okay? Horrible drawing, but you'll see what I'm saying here. So over time, when we've developed a skill and we've gotten proficient at it, think of like learning how to drive or learning how to ride a bike. Eventually you can do it without thinking about it. Your body knows how to balance, you know how to drive a car. You'll even go on really long car trips, maybe 5-6 hours, and you kind of zone out for most of it. And then you'll wake up, you'll come back and you'll be like, I don't remember half of my car trip. You know, it just went by in an instant. That's because you've entered a state where this is happening, okay? And just like any other skill, we can be so proficient with it that we start to change the way we think. But look at this. So this is what happens. Instead of having a Wi-Fi signal connecting these two synapses, I'm using Wi-Fi as an example because this will make a little more sense. We have this, okay? This is like an Ethernet cord. This is like connecting your computer directly to the internet from your home phone or whatever. It's going to be a stronger, better signal. It's going to be more reliable. But most importantly is that this is called a myelin sheath, okay? And it's where two synapses connect, or two neurons connect. And when they're fused like this or connected, the electrical signal travels 100 times faster than it did when we first started doing the skill. So eventually that's why you can play the guitar without looking at the chords. That's why you can do all these different skills and abilities later on, is because we've developed a myelin sheath, or we've developed a way of proficiency with the skill that we're trying to achieve. And this can go with anything. So what I'm trying to say is that if change feels uncomfortable, it's because of this. It feels uncomfortable. It's not easy to do. You got to think, if it was easy to do, everyone would be doing it. But when we're talking about healing from trauma or things that have happened in the past, it's not well known the steps we need to take. But we're learning. We're trying to learn, and we're trying to understand it as we go along. And if we're on the spiritual journey, which most of you guys that are watching this, I would assume are, it's going to take a lot of different, forms. But a lot of it comes down to, why am I choosing the wrong person? Why do I keep choosing the wrong friends? What's happening with this, and this? We need to take away blame and guilt from ourselves, thinking that we ever deserve to be treated other than anything than respectfully, okay? I don't care. I don't care what the situation was, how your parents treated you. They needed to treat you with respect, is the whole thing. And when they don't do that, we grow up thinking we are lesser than, or we grow up thinking other people are more important than we are. Over time, we can change these thoughts in forms of habit, but that's why I'm showing you this. The reason why it's difficult at first is because of this. Remember this. Keep pushing forward with gentleness, love, and kindness, and things can happen. But we have to keep that in mind. Okay, does that make sense? You too. You okay, Hazel? Okay. The main thing is, over time, we challenge ourselves and our way of thinking. Because what's really funny, and I don't mean ha-ha funny, but we think, the brain has this tricky way of making us think that it's infallible, right? Because whenever we have a thought, we believe it. But how many times have we been wrong, right? When our brain says we're worthless, or we're this, or we're that, why do we always believe it to be true when in the past it's been wrong? In fact, a lot of times, the brain kind of repeats things like a parrot. And from the parent and the parrot that's in our head, we sort of learn those ways of being. But we can undo that now. And I heard a saying once, and I really loved it. I can't remember who said it, but it was, the illiterate of today will not be those that can't read. It will be those that cannot unlearn what they have been taught. 100% agree with that, okay? Our education has been messed up, especially if you're in America. Things have been taken priority. We should have emotional well-being classes. We should have psychology being taught, I think, at a second grade level. We should have so many things being taught to kids now instead of math and English. We need emotional well-being classes. We need to talk about how to, equality between genders. We need to talk about how to get rid of all of these things that society has instilled in other people. And we can start doing that now. Each one of us that heals and focuses on that journey gets to be another person out in the world that's spreading a better message. And I don't mean in a religious way. I don't mean find Jesus, whatever. If that's good for you, great. But what I do mean is that we focus on the here and now, and we focus on being a little bit uncomfortable each day, because every day where we're a little bit uncomfortable, that generally means we're growing or we're trying something new. We're doing something different. And even if it doesn't work out, it's an experience. We gain wisdom, we gain knowledge. And in the end, I truly and honestly, sincerely believe that we're here to experience life as human beings, not as human doings, okay? People will tell you your job is the most important thing in your life. It's not. Every single person that's on their deathbed says, I wish I could have done what I loved more instead of working. Because you're not going to be on your deathbed and be like, oh man, I should have worked that 10-hour shift, and then pass away. No, that doesn't happen. At least not that I've heard of. But you guys understand, I think, where I'm coming from with that. So, does that help answer your question, Charlene? Awesome, Charlene. Awesome. Okay. So I'm going to go back to, you're so welcome, Charlene. Thank you for letting me do that and for trusting me with your information. Sometimes it's hard to be vulnerable, but with you, I felt a sense of ease. You let people in, and that's a beautiful thing. But now we're focusing on letting the right people in. And trust me, you're going to bloom, you're going to grow, and it's going to be a beautiful process. But we got to do some weeding first. We got to do some pruning first. And then we can enter the next stages. Awesome. I'm glad that was helpful. Perfect. I love that. Okay. All right. So you're very welcome, Charlene. And you're welcome to come on here anytime, regardless of paying or not. Just hanging out, just being here. I want to make a good community that has that. Penny asks, your quote reminds me of that saying, work to live, not live to work. Yeah. Charlene, I'm so happy to have you here. I got me a new subscriber today. That is awesome. So I appreciate that very much. And I'm going to go to Cambria's question. So Cambria, are you there? Let's do this here. Oh, there we go. Yeah, it's a process. Okay, so Cambria, let's look at that. Let me shuffle these cards here. I'll grab these cards. I'm sorry it was a bad day, Cambria. Thank you for being patient as I did that reading. And that's very nice of you, Charlene. Congratulations on the baby shower. Okay. And I say that too, Cambria. But let's look at what the setbacks were. Or let's look at why was today such a disaster? Charlene's one of the good ones, Cambria. She's a new subscriber, but already she feels like part of the family here. Charlene, Cambria, Cambria, Charlene. Okay. Let's see here. Why was today such a disaster for Cambria? Good night, Penny. Thank you for coming in here for just a minute. I appreciate your company. You have a good one, okay? Alrighty, let's do this here. And let me... Cambria, would it be okay if I tuned into your energy? It's just a little thing I like to do. All right, let's do this here. Yes, Angelino. Hold on one second. I can put you on the list here. Yeah, you're on the list. I'm actually going to do this here. Okay, what that means is that anyone that's on the list, you guys is golden as hell. I promise you. What would you do for a Klondike bar? The answer is disturbing. What would I do? You don't want to know. But no more free readings. But whoever's on the list, you guys get your reading. Okay, so I'm going to move on to this. First thing I was getting, Cambria, I know you said there's a baby shower. Is there a birthday too? Was there a birthday today, or is there a birthday tomorrow? Is something going on tomorrow besides the baby shower? If not, that's okay, but it felt like maybe there could be conflicting celebrations or something, because I was seeing it was like a birthday cake or a wedding cake or something. That was interesting. I'm trying to make sense of it. Hazel. see here. Yes, my cousin's birthday is Sunday, but everyone wants to celebrate after my shower. Okay, Hazel, honey. All right, so there's not necessarily conflicting interests, but I can understand that because I was feeling like something was being overshadowed. Your cousin's Hazel, honey? No. So sorry. Hazel. My little gazpacho. Come here, come here. Okay. So that makes sense. There's kind of an overshadow in a way, but they're going to have it after the... Is there any jealousy or anything with that? Because like as soon as I was tuning in, that was something that popped up. Is the cousin jealous, or is something going on where you're overshadowing something, or they feel like you're overshadowing something? Yeah, man, I'm starting to feel pain in my left thumb kind of area, like right here. There's like this pain. Not that you're aware of. Okay. From what I feel, Cambria, and this is going to make a weird amount of sense, and by weird, well, you'll just hear what I have to say, I suppose. So there's a planet that's doing funky shit, apparently. Chiron went retrograde or Gatorade or something. And I've been having weird technical issues, and my psychic teacher, her husband had a boating accident, and my partner's been having difficulties with a lot of things. And everyone that I'm aware of, my people at my dad's work had a final destination moment. They didn't die, but they were so close to dying that they're lucky to be alive. So there's been a lot of weird energy and mishaps going on, and communication feels like it's like going through maple syrup. It feels like you're just swimming through something that's so gooey, and it's difficult, and people mishear, misinterpret, and then they run with it. And then it's like, I didn't mean it that way. I didn't say it that way. That's not at all what happened. And it's kind of this whole thing of like things just running rampant. And so communication can be something that's blocking this. And also that other celebration, there could be someone that feels a little, not gypped, but someone who's like maybe not wanting to attend two celebrations, or someone who's feeling tired or exhausted might possibly be sending that energy to you. And you can just ground that energy, okay? Because you get to be in charge of your energy. Basically, just call your energy back to you. Call your aura into yourself. You can imagine like a rainbow silhouette that's around you. And then you're calling it closer to you. And you're draining into the earth anything that doesn't belong to you, any energy, because that's going to be something that's helping. So that's something you could do. It feels to me, though, it's not anything consciously malicious, but maybe subconsciously people can send energies. And so it's the equivalent of washing your hands spiritually. And if you do that practice, it's going to help. But that's kind of what I'm feeling there. You probably wanted something, maybe a little more fantastic, but... I didn't know if it had anything to do with my child's father's side or not, if they're bringing any off energy. I wasn't getting that, though. It doesn't feel like, the way I would describe it, Cambria, it doesn't feel like someone's doing it consciously. It doesn't feel like it's like someone sending the evil eye or whatever. it doesn't feel like it's conscious. It feels like this person is maybe in a tough spot mentally and they're just feeling drained or they're feeling tired. Maybe they're trying to reach out and get energy from you and that's making you feel drained. Like I said, ground that energy and protect your energy field. I don't feel like it was an on purpose thing. It doesn't feel like a psychic attack. It feels like a subconscious thing. So it's not like you could even hold it against anybody. It's just kind of like something happens. If someone thinks of you, they can kind of affect our energy field, you know? And that's why I talk about cleaning your energy field a couple times a day, right? Focus on cleaning it, focus on kind of getting that energy going, running your energy. And it does help. It definitely helps with that. Does that help answer your question, Cambria? Good night, Cassandra. Have a good one. Oh, man. There we go. Please do, Cambria. Let things fall in place and realize that we have as much control over things happening as someone picking up a rock and throwing it into a pond. The rock isn't going to struggle. The rock isn't going to try to get away from the person throwing it in the pond. It has to let itself fall into the water. And it'll stay there for a while, but the rock is comfortable with whatever it experiences. A weird analogy, but I think you know what I'm saying. Was anyone thinking of a talent show? Or like auditioning for something? That was really weird. I had something come in like a talent show or like I'm auditioning for something, so that was weird. Anyway. Yeah, hopefully that makes sense though. And look it up on YouTube. I'm serious, Cambria. If you don't know what I'm talking about, you're very welcome. But take a gander. I even have a very old video. It's like very old. You can see me being a super young person. It's like 5 years ago. But I talk about how to do an energy cleansing. And so you can look at that video or how to like run your energy, how to focus on running your energy. And yeah, so let's do this here. There we go. Okay, so we're back to the free list. And we're going to do this. So, Abby, are you still there? ABHY. ABHI, I mean. ABHI, are you still there? Okay, Natasha Gibson, are you still there? Okay. All right, so let's go to the next one here. Hold on. Okay, then we have Carla. Are you still there? Hey, Gene, how's it going? Carla Phillips. Phillips. Thanks for joining me, Gene. How is it out there in the tarot community? Anything interesting? If so, dish. I need to know. Oh, itchy nose. Doing good. It's kind of been a slower night, but it's been a good night. It's been, I don't know, kind of a palate cleanser. Let's put it that way. Late start for me. I had to start an hour and a half later. Lots of trolls. I hate that. I hate that that's the thing. But your suggestion of doing the subscriber only thing was brilliant. Just want you to know that's been working like a charm. And so maybe tell the other channels to do it, or maybe they're so popular that it's not a thing you can do when you hit a certain level of popularity, I imagine. Because if you have a big audience, you're going to have a lot of trolls, regardless. Okay, Jesse McGrath. Are you still there, Jesse McGrath? All right, Angelino, my little bambino. Hopefully that's not an insult. What is a bambino? It's a baby, right? You're my baby boy. I have no idea how old you are. You're probably older than me, maybe. I'll adopt you if you're younger. What's your question, my friend? Sometimes are tarot readers going after other tarot readers? That's got to be the dumbest waste of time. I'm sorry, but probably young. I'm 32. I'll adopt you, Angelino. It'll be something that's a little unusual for me, but I've adopted adults before. They're easy to take care of. I don't like cleaning up after the poops, though. I do wish you guys could clean your own diapers, but other than that, it's been great. Yeah, Gene, that's so stupid. Tarot readers attacking other tarot. I'm more spiritual than you. No, you're not if you're spreading hate. I hate the spiritual elitism. It's the most bullshit thing in the world. Awesome, Angelino. I'm glad to know you got that. So, question is, did A actually care for you? Let's look at that. Let me stretch here. Oh. Did A actually care for you? Let's do another shuffle here. All right. Gene, I mean, that's jealousy in its finest form. It's not fair to smaller channels offering free readings. Tell me the name of the game then. I don't get it. I mean, the algorithm isn't fair at times. I get that, but it has nothing to do with, and I'll get to your thing, Angelino. Me and Gene are just talking here, but yeah, it's not fair to the smaller channels. That's exactly how YouTube is. Until you hit a certain point, it's kind of like each subscriber helps you build a certain level of gravity, and YouTube recognizes that gravitational pull over time. If you have 1,000 subscribers, you're going to have a lot more pull than someone who has 1 subscriber, because YouTube can see there's consistency and reliability, but people don't want to put in the work, and it's a lot of work. Over 560 videos for me to get 5,000 subscribers. And so if people have a problem with that, then quit complaining and start doing the work. I'm sorry, I don't want to be that person because I sound like an old man, but anyway. Okay, so Angelino's question. Let's do this here. So I'm getting this, Angelino. I see the 4 of coins right here. 4 of coins right here. Oh, thank you, Florencia. How are you doing? Hopefully your night's going good, or your Australian, what do they call it? An Australian evening is daytime for you guys, right? Because it's backwards over there. But we get this. 4 of coins, and then I got the Chariot in reverse, and then I got the 5 of coins in reverse. Your question, I feel like Angelino, was something that needed a little bit more clarification, so I drew some extra cards for you. I make the rules here, so if I want to do an extra card or two, I'm going to do it. If I want to eat one of the cards, I'm going to do it. It's not a good idea, but it's my idea, and I'm going to do it. So, 4 of coins, Chariot in reverse, and the 5 of coins in reverse. Okay? And as I'm doing this right here, it's reminding me of, I heard the word carry. And this to me is saying this. So, Angelino, you're right, that is a good source of fiber, right? They don't mention that on the cereal box, that the cereal box is really the prize. If you eat that, you will be making some shredded wheats of your own. Shredded sheets. It's like shit, but anyway. I'm sorry, Angelino, I'm a bit distracted. No, but for you to ask this question, I can understand that you're going through a time here, and I can also understand that emotions for you, you're trying to get to a place where you can express them better, and you're trying to get to a place where you can be vulnerable and you can sit with these emotions, because these are difficult to deal with, but I'm proud of you for coming on here and for sitting with them, right? Any amount of emotional expression is going to be good and positive, but when we're doing this, it can be difficult. Now, so 4 of coins, the Chariot in reverse, 5 of coins in reverse. The relationship here feels, it does feel like there was care here, but it felt like it was care from you for most of the part. I heard the word carry, and when I saw that, it was like you carrying the world on your shoulders. You're doing a lot of the work, you're doing a lot of the stuff here, and I feel like you wouldn't want to ask for anything back. Maybe you feel like it would be selfish. Maybe you feel like it would be not a nice thing to do. A lot of times we can get stuck with this kind of this nice guy mentality, but I'm going to tell you right now, the nice guy mentality, it doesn't work in the long term, because you're going to start building up resentment for yourself, okay? The nice guy mentality is not something that's going to help us with with what it is that we want to do in this life. Because the nice guy mentality says, again, it's the people pleaser, but it's called nice guy. All right. It's the same thing, different title, right? And so you're going to put other people before you because you have a persona of being the nice guy. We don't want to break the persona, right? But deep inside, when we're being the nice guy, we can hide darker and darker things that we'll never look at or we'll never let breathe because we don't want to be seen as the not nice guy. And that's going to be a difficult thing. You have the nice guy mentality ingrained in me. And it's that conditioning. It's that societal conditioning, society's conditioning that makes it so that it's hard for us to move forward here. It can be challenged, but your sense of identity, Angelino, is going to be challenged and your emotions are going to start becoming more and more real to you. When we're doing the nice guy mentality, we can actually have this thing where we come in and out of conscious awareness. And what I mean by that is that it feels sometimes like we're looking through our life through like a keyhole. It feels like there's several buffers in front of us, and it can feel like we're not in reality, right? It can feel like we're on autopilot because you haven't gone into the emotions yet. You haven't discovered the real self. There's a part of you that you don't even know exists yet. And once we start getting to a place where we can be expressive and we can do that, we start understanding who we are. But this process takes time. You can tell me if that's the place you're at. But, okay. So, know that there will be awareness that returns to you again. Know that there will be a sense of being in your body. But you've been out for so long that when you come back, it can be painful because your body's going to want to express emotions. And these aren't little emotions. These are pretty big emotions. But what's interesting is when you start expressing these emotions, they shrink down in size because they're not as big as we think. But when the shadow keeps creeping up on us over and over again, and we refuse to look at it, the shadow appears to be massive. But when we turn around, we face it, we confront it, we see that it's just a part of us that is hurt. It just wants love. It wants you to be there for it. And so we have to do inner child work. And that's where these emotions, that's where we come in contact with ourself again, our true self. Before the bullshit happened, before things happened to make us the nice guy or make us this or that. And that's going to be the point of expression that you need to reach. Now, this person, I don't feel like because we're talking about the nice guy mentality, because we're talking about these different things, we're going to attract people in a way that will use us. And we're going to want to be used in a way. We want love, we want appreciation, but we feel like we have to give 1,000% to get 1% back. And when we get that 1%, oh, we're grateful for it. We're grateful for it. We'll do 10,000% next time, and we'll get 0.5%. And we're grateful for that. And that's not fair. You want to have a 4-course meal, but you're living off of table scraps when it comes to love and connection. And it's just you're doing a disservice to yourself. There's healing that needs to happen here. And it's a gentle process. It's not an overnight process, but it's something that can be accomplished. But there's going to be moments that it's difficult. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not going to sugarcoat it, but it's worth it. It's always worth it. Does that resonate with you, Angelino? I've been doing therapy for a couple of months, and it literally is changing my life. It's making me confront a lot of deep shit. Absolutely, Angelino, absolutely. And I'm doing it too. I'm doing therapy. I had a session today focusing on inner child work and focusing on reparenting and stuff like that. I get it. I understand it. And therapy is amazing. It's an amazing thing. And that's going to help you with this. Energetically, you're untying the knots in your energetic system. Each knot that you untie, another part of your identity frees itself. Each time that we're holding or repressing emotion, we're suppressing or repressing identity. And once we heal and we're in a healed way, we become dynamic, we become alive, and we have this charisma, we have this pull in a way because we're not numb to the world. But the nice guy trope, right? You become numb to the world. You become the backseat driver of your own mind, and it doesn't work because it's not who you are. The nice guy was never anything other than, there's a funny, there's a funny skit on SNL. I think it's just called if you type in nice guy on SNL, it's an interesting thing. But what's really fascinating with it is, and I'll say this, and you don't have to respond to this or whatever. I'll just say it like this. You disconnect from reality for real. Absolutely. Absolutely. And then what will happen when you disconnect from reality for real and you make relationships? You're entering into a relationship in a false way. You're not doing it on purpose, but you're not bringing your real self forward in a relationship. So in a way, disconnecting from those relationships is a good thing because they were never you anyway. They felt forced. They felt contrived. Maybe we felt anxious when we were around these people and we didn't know why. Am I a bad person? Am I this? Am I that? You know, the nice guy trope comes with a dark side attached to it. And there's very dark thoughts that come with it because there's this sense of not feeling, like you said, you're not feeling real. You feel disconnected. Sometimes the only thing that can connect you are these kind of darker thoughts. And over time, we learn that that's us expressing our pain in some way. Over time, that starts to diminish as well. But it's a process. It takes time. But yeah, the nice guy is suppressing it. That's the whole thing. And in a way, it's society's way of controlling men even further because the nice guy doesn't get to express emotions. They don't get to be unhappy. They don't get to be angry. And guess what the regular person does in society? They don't get to be happy. They don't get to be angry. There's this muted sense of something. And then what can happen from that? I mean, I'm going into some details here, and then you have women and other men. You have women and other men that get in these relationships with these emotionally muted people, and they're waiting for something to change. And right now, Angelino, you're doing the work and you will change. You will succeed. But so many people don't do the work because it's hard to face yourself. It's hard to confront things, to challenge your brain. But as I said before, your brain can be wrong, just like anything else. The brain likes to assert itself as this thing that's never wrong. Oftentimes it is, and that's okay. We need to challenge those ways of thinking because our brain isn't always right. In fact, a lot of times, the brain wants to be comfortable, and so it's going to not give you challenging things to do. It's not going to challenge yourself to be better. It's not going to do that because the brain loves comfort. Comfort and categorizing, the brain loves it. It's like crack for the brain, okay? Or, some cerebellum juice kind of situation there, but that's what I'm talking about, okay? So, and the reason I can describe it like this, Angelino, is because I've gone through it the past 5 years. I've awoken from being someone who was a liar, manipulative, someone who would use people, lacked empathy in a lot of ways. And I have a lot in my past that I'm not proud of, but I'm trying to make amends for it now. And when I started discovering myself and opening up emotionally, I started becoming a better person. But it took a lot for me to finally realize, because I understand the nice guy trope because I was in it too. I was in that too, and I would describe myself first as being nice. If someone said, "What are your traits?" Well, I'm a nice guy, But ultimately, it's something that confines us, puts us in a box, and then we can't grow or express ourselves in any way because we're the nice guy. Anyway, I've already said that. You kind of know where I'm coming from. Is that making sense? I gotta go take a whiz, but I'll be back. You're very welcome, Angelino. Very, very welcome. There we go. And thank you, Gene, for all that. Oh, man. Yeah, there's a lot that goes into this. What's really interesting, and by the way, I like that you did bathroom emojis. I like that you did toilet paper. I should stop using my hands. But you know, I do me. But the thing is that there's such a deep spiritual truth that I feel has been lost. And I even have a theory on something, and it's not so much a theory as a way of actually being, right? Our emotions, obviously you guys know what I'm going to say here, but in some way, our emotions have energy. But I truly believe that our emotions were not meant to express sadness. They weren't meant to express anger or happiness or anything like that. I believe our emotions were used as a way of developing psychic powers, right? And I feel like over time, humans dropped the psychic abilities in favor of using emotions for expression. But I know how weird that sounds, but something in me says that our psychic abilities stem from the emotional part of us. I mean, the energy runs through it, but I just don't think it was ever meant to be used as a form of expression, but it became that later on because society became more and more perverted or corrupted, right? And that's very nice of you to say, Florencia. And yes, I'll wash my hands eventually. Once a year, I think about it. Worst 10 seconds of my life. But again, that's kind of my thing. I don't know. To me, it makes sense. But I don't know for sure. Yeah, it's interesting. It's, I don't know. Something about it. And I've been doing the psychic classes, and that's been going well. I had a remote viewing experience, and this was yesterday. And we were supposed to see the target and see what it was, right? And I wrote, well, I've got my remote viewing paper right here that I did, but I was off. I was off on the target in a way that was like ridiculous. Like I couldn't have been more far off from the target. I honestly think someone just guessing would have been more accurate than me being intuitive. And so I'm sitting there and I'm seeing the feedback because we do the remote viewing exercise. We try to intuit into what's going on, and there's different cues you can give yourself to see the object or whatever. In this case right here, we were doing remote viewing and we were looking at time frames. So beginning, middle, end. I mean, I know that doesn't sound like a time frame thing, but I'm just starting out there. So, but eventually you can do it where you view something from 1 year ago, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, or however long you want to see it, or you can look at it in the future and see the state of it. Again, I think the further out we go, because we live in a finite timeline where things happen from past, present, future instead of all at once, and free will plays a huge factor there. Because I seriously believe after we die, I do not think choice becomes an option anymore because we could do everything that we would want to do. In my opinion, I do not think choice is a thing. It's only here because we can't do everything that we want to do. But on the other side, I feel like we could. Anyway, it's not about that. So basically I was doing the thing, and the feedback photo was a caterpillar that turned into a butterfly. So there's a time frame there. There's like a time lapse that was playing. And I got things like, I can read them to you if you guys want me to. I don't know if you find this interesting or not, but it's what's going on in my world, so I thought I would share. Okay, so we've got think it's the other paper, actually. Yeah, here we go. Nope. Oh, that's right. Awesome. Okay, perfect. Perfect. So I'm going to do this. I actually wrote it down in my iPad. I was thinking, where is it? Where is it? Okay, so here's what I got. So like I said, the feedback photo or the video that we were supposed to tune into was past, present, future, and it was a caterpillar morphing into a butterfly. Okay. So many people in my class got flower budding, right? Like a flower opening up and time lapse and stuff. Like so many people. And I'm sitting there and I'm like, I didn't get anything. Like literally, I'll tell you my list that I had. I was so far off, it was stupid. But then something happened. So let's do this. Okay, so very first thing I saw was movement. Okay, that is the most vague descriptor you could ever have because eventually everything moves. You know, wind or rocks or anyway. And then I had movement, I had round. I just have the word producing, but I don't think the caterpillar was gonna like make a play. Everyone knows that caterpillar plays are shit. Once they're a butterfly though, it's beautiful because they can do the music, but it's just not good. It's very juvenile when they're a caterpillar. And then I had pain, snow, sand. Okay, remember this is a caterpillar up in a tree. Haven't mentioned caterpillar, haven't mentioned a tree, nothing like that. Then I have a rather crude drawing of, I'm glad you agreed, Gene. I have a rather crude drawing of what I felt like was a finger or a hand, all right? Or Florida. You know, I can't draw worth a damn. So AOLs are called analytic overlays. And what that means is it's like random information that's coming in from my conscious mind instead of my subconscious. And it's like just random thoughts and shit, okay? I love using and shit at the end of any sentence because it spices it up. It makes me edgy, right? Resembles Idaho, too. We don't talk about Idaho. It literally says, you know, Idaho. It's like someone is declaring it. I don't know, Gene. I'm getting a little tired, so my jokes are going to get progressively worse and make less and less sense, so I'm sorry about that. But we have this. So I have duck feet. Caterpillars. Idaho. Idaho. I like that. See, if there's an Idaho right next to it, there needs to be Idaho. And then we Daho. And then they Daho. You know what? I get it. I get it, Gene, because I am Daho. For cake. I am a hoe for cake. And for some reason, I don't know where we found these. And it's going to sound like the weirdest thing. Have you guys ever eaten okay, this is going to sound weird, and I know, but we found these things in our freezer, and they're giant sausages. And I don't mean like regular breakfast link sausages, and they are just sausages, right? But they're massive. Your normal breakfast sausage is maybe this big, you know, like that big. These are, I mean, they're huge, and the girth is massive too. And I hate to say that I like them, because I don't know what the hell, but they're pretty good. Anyway, I just wanted you to know that giant sausages exist. I was a little disturbed. Anyway, so then we have guy, punch, snowboarding, fish. Okay? A guy punching a snowboarding fish. It does happen on rare occasion. You do get arrested for it, though. Then I had looking at someone on the beach. These are just my impressions again, not AOLs. So it's not my mind rambling. I felt like I was getting something here. Looking at someone on the beach, complacent, snoopy, or spying, someone like being snoopy or spying. And then I kept getting this thing of like, there's no sausage emoji, are you serious? there has to be a sausage emoji. There's a poop emoji, for crying out loud, and it has a cute face, but there's no sausage emoji. I'm disappointed in the world. Anyway. So, I kept getting this like thrill seeker thing going on, like this adrenaline junkie, this kind of thing. And I felt like, okay, you know, I'm going to roll with this because it feels real. It feels like something. Just bacon and, okay, there's a bacon emoji, but there's no sausage. And there's probably an egg emoji. There's probably a hash brown emoji. They'll add it in an update. So essentially, I took these notes and I kept getting this thrill seeker kind of thing going on. And my summary was this. Movement, because the summary is like everything you wrote, but concise, right? So it's this. Movement in the snow or sand with some pain, okay? Hand or finger, and there was like a thumbs up, or, you know, Idaho, you Daho, we all Daho, there we go. And then we have looking at someone on the beach, Snoopy, spying, complacent. Apparently all three of those things can be there. Confused individual. And then I had someone like saying like a thrill seeker thing, like these slopes, man, because I kept getting like a snowboarder or like an adrenaline junkie. And I actually heard something really sad about that. I'm not going to get off topic though. Yeah, see, there's an egg, a cooked egg. Of course there's 2 egg emojis, right? Egg, a cooked egg, a potato, and some French fries. There's so many emojis. I don't even know how you find them, Jane. I barely can find one when I'm like doing an emoji thing, and it's like impossible. GIFs though are good. I do enjoy a good GIF. Okay, man, underwater, moving, backwards, jumping, and then I got quiet, masculine, afternoon, outside, young. And then I saw this. So at the very, very bottom, kind of set to the side, I said, I saw a guy river rafting. And so we see this picture of this caterpillar, right? Metamorphosizing, doing its thing with weird music. Deborah my teacher chose a weird video, and the music was like 80s, I don't even know what to call it. Like 90s disco would be, if that's a thing. It was weird. It was weird music for the thing. You're an emoji. I see what you're saying there. I would be too if I was quick. I don't work that way. I mean, typing for me is enough. Having to pick a smiley face with varying shades of emotions, it's not something I do. Well, I try though. The eggplant emoji means you're happy, I think. I keep sending that to everybody I know, and it usually doesn't come back favorable, but it's like, I'm happy, guys. Anyway. So, Deborah gives us the feedback. Everyone in class talks about what they had. There was like 13 other people there. Not everyone, but people raise their hand and they do that whole thing. And I was like, okay, yeah, I failed miserably. I didn't get anything. This is bad. But then Deborah said that when she was on break, right, her husband was riding a boat. He was going full speed, like he cranked it up, he did all that stuff, and then he either crashed the boat or he got a hole in it. But the guy river rafting at the very end that I got made perfect sense then. An adrenaline seeker, someone being outside, not really young, but he does seem like more of a quiet guy. And so it did come through, but I was tuning into her energy. So that's what's interesting about the psychic work, is the energy. Like, whose energy am I tuning into? It didn't feel like I was tuning into a person's energy. It felt like I was tuning into a location. But it's just confusing. It's interesting though. Okay, let's look here. Booze Life, thank you for coming on here. Let's do this here. So we'll do 2 cards here, but welcome, Booze Life. Okay, so are Jeff and Carrie going to reconcile? Let's see. Are Jeff and Carrie going to reconcile? You're very welcome, Booze Life. You're on it, Gene. Thank you. Okay. Let's see. Are Jeff and Carrie going to reconcile? Let's look here. Are Jeff and Carrie going to reconcile? I get the 4 of Swords and the Knight of Swords in reverse. Okay, so here's the 4 of Swords, and there's the Knight. I turned the 4 of Swords upside down. Here we go. I swear to God it was upside down, and it's upside down still, but I flipped it over. Okay, so I'm going to show the camera. It's going to be upside down again. Oh, thank God. Okay, so we have the 2 of Swords, or the 4 of Swords right here. It's someone like chilling out, relaxing, acting all cool, playing some b-ball outside of the school. But then we have the Knight of Swords in reverse. So this one right here is making me think that I don't think so. I'm not thinking they're going to reconcile. They're taking a break or they're resting, but it feels to me like there's not going to be reconciliation. Just because it's mental, there's no emotional energy here. It's just swords, which are mental energy or air energy. It's like you're thinking about something, but you're not emotionally experiencing something. If they do reconcile, I don't feel like it's going to last. It's that kind of relationship where it feels like it's not going to go the distance. So that's what I'm feeling. Maybe communication is off. Maybe there's just something missing in the background, but it just doesn't feel like it's going to last. So no, I don't feel like they're going to reconcile. Does that answer your question, Boo's Life? By the way, are we talking about like Boo from Super Mario? Because if so, I love the name. But if you're talking about it from anything else, also I love the name. But the Mario reference for me is spot on. So, but yeah, that's what I got for you. Awesome. Awesome. They were gonna make a Mario game based off of Boo, like as a character, the main character, but they canceled it. Super bummed when I found out about that. And it would have been interesting. It would have been a Boo that goes to college, gets different power-ups, turns into like different Boo types and stuff. Anyway, the concept looked interesting, so. I'm a big nerd. I'm realizing slowly over time, I get more and more nerdy. I keep surprising myself with the way my nerdiness goes. It just keeps accelerating at the speed of light, which is like, I think 160. No, I'm not going to do this. No. There are so many Mario game options, and it's my, oh man. What's really funny, in a way, is that Mario, he's my dad, basically. My dad looks like Mario. And so when I was younger, it was like I was playing the game as my dad, which was really weird. The mustache, the blue eyes, he wears a red hat. He says wahoo every time he jumps. He kills turtles by stomping on them. Yeah. Mario's a lot like my dad. Hey there, Sager. How you doing? Sager. What's your question? Sager. I'm sorry if I'm butchering your name, my friend. Yeah, I need to play Luigi's Mansion 3. And I'm in love with Mario Rabbids Kingdom Battle, if you guys play that one. It's super fun, and I love the Mario games because they're colorful. Who is your life partner? Well, I can draw a card and we can look. Generally, I do one card, one question, right? Mario Chance. Hold on. Hey there, Jason. Mario World's good. Mario World is good. For me, it's I don't know. I just like the colorful games. I think I'm going to play some Borderlands after this. Borderlands 3 is actually pretty fun. Okay, let's do this here. Who do we have for our friend that they said I pronounced their name right the first time, but can't remember how I pronounced their name? So now it's awkward phonetically, and I'm just going to call you, hey, guy or girl. I'll just say hello, and that's going to be your name. So let's do this. Yes. Ooh, what gaming system's my favorite? And yes, I've played Portal. I played Portal 1 and 2. I never got very far, but my girlfriend beat Portal 1 and 2. She's really good at the puzzle games. I was watching her play, and after like the 5th level, I couldn't do it anymore. And she's like so smart. She's like shooting portals everywhere and doing the whole thing. Yeah, Portal's good. Portal is good. And my favorite gaming system right now is the... Oh, that's hard. I got an IPS 3DS, so it's got really bright screens. I got that from Etsy. Those apparently are pretty rare, but both screens are IPS, so nice screens. I like the 3DS, but the Switch is probably my favorite. Just because it's got damn near everything. Like, I mean, give or take, but there's N64 games on there. But what about you, Gene? Or anyone else? What's your guys' favorite video game system? Or game in general? I'm either thinking about spiritual things or I am gaming. It's just how I roll, I guess. Okay, let's see what we got for hello, and we'll go from there. I do. I have, how did you know? That's pretty perceptive. Hello. Yeah, I have, this eye right here, if I go like this. So let me look at you guys. And if I go, like if I focus, you can see my eye goes in quite a bit. So yeah, I do have it. Good spotting job, my friend. Just was seeing my old videos. Yeah, I definitely got the cross eyes. My eyes try to move in with each other, but they're need to keep their space. What's my number? Glasses number. I don't know. It's pretty high, but they can make the lenses. The lenses are almost the same size because they can shrink them down now. But in the old days, that's kind of how it was. Lazy eye, well, let's call it a reluctant eye. It chooses not to work when it wants to. No, lazy eye, yeah, I would say so. And you're okay. I thought you meant phone number. Florencia, you're okay with your LOL. If you want to laugh, you can laugh. I make fun of it. And it's okay. I have to. Do you have eye floaters? You mean pupils? No, I don't get the floaters. Maybe I've had them occasionally, but I can't really think of like if I have actual floaters, as you say. So here is what I'm going to do, okay? So we're reaching the end of the live as we're doing this here. And what I'll do is this. You thought they meant phone number. Well, a girl never tells. Yeah, there's nothing wrong. You look stunning like a Siamese with disabilities. A Siamese, whenever you see straight or they naturally... Yeah, they do. They do. Siamese are really cute. One of my youngest nieces had that for a while, but her eye doctor said it would get better on its own. But when she is tired, one eye floats away. Take lutein and Xanaxin diet. Thank you, Florencia. That's very sweet. What does that do? I don't know if it's an old dog, new trick situation, you know? But what I see here, primarily, and I'm going to say this, hello, because I want to be very clear when I say this. When I talk about connecting, when I talk about connecting with somebody or who your partner could be, it protects your retina if you have high glasses number. I wasn't aware my retina was in danger. Something to think about. So what I see here is I feel like the person's going to either be possibly a Sagittarius or a Cancer, primarily, or have traits like that. The reason why I do not like saying if it's Cancer, this or that, or even talking about who's coming in, is because in a lot of ways, what people do, and I have predicted down to the name, I have predicted down to the damn toenail of the person, whatever, but people lock in and they laser focus on just that option, and other options could pass them by that would be amazing. So I don't like thinking of it that way, because I also don't believe in a soulmate situation. I believe we can learn from anyone who's open to communicate, that we find attractive, that treats us with respect. I believe there's matches all over the world for everybody, but it's working through things: communication, honesty, loyalty, kindness, trust, gentleness, appreciation, if I didn't say that one already. Oh, okay. Okay. These glasses here, they don't look like it, but I have a blue filter built into the glasses. But an extra vitamin probably wouldn't hurt either. I look like Justin Timberlake? I'll take it. I am taking sexy away. Yep. Watch the movie Only You. Who's in that one? I am looking for some stuff to watch tonight, or not tonight. Tomorrow I've got Ghost Adventures and a paranormal show, which me and my girlfriend absolutely love. It's our thing, the paranormal stuff. But we're looking for a movie. We're going to probably watch Robert Downey Jr. and Marissa. Oh, that sounds good then. You just remembered I have to buy new glass. Oh. Yeah, Ghost Adventures is awesome, Florencia. That's one of our one of our faves, and they've caught some evidence that's eerie. I mean, it's some good stuff, and I don't know. It's the right amount of spookiness to weirdness that I just like. Anyway, what was I saying? Oh man. But so like I was saying, hello. You have, I feel like Cancer Sagittarius energy, so fire water kind of energy. But focus on everything. Focus on everything that's kind of that's in your wheelhouse, that they treat you with respect, kindness, dignity, appreciation, all that stuff. Yes, paranormal anything is awesome. I'm trying to find some good paranormal shows, but there's some hokey ones too, and so it's kind of like, you know. But yeah, one of my I should. Yeah, just look for somebody that treats you right. That's gonna be it. The world's most haunted places. Is that a show? That one doesn't sound too bad. The ones that are sad are when they go to like the asylums, right? They go to these asylums and on Ghost Adventures, and it's like, damn, it's just sad. The energy in there would just be so palpable and intense. You know, yes, you can look up old up. I might need to do that. If we haven't already watched it, we've watched so many shows and we've finished them. We like binge watch them, right? You've been to the Cecil Hotel. Okay, that place they say is ridiculously haunted. Because there was a Lisa Lam, and we watched a whole thing where it was like what happened to her, right? And her story is really sad, but it's fascinating at the same time. But knowing now kind of what happened, it's not so much. I mean, maybe there was paranormal influence, but when you know the whole story, it seems like there was maybe foul play more than anything, or something. It seems really weird how everything happened. What did you feel when you were in the Cecil Hotel, Florencia? Did you feel spooky vibes, or? On YouTube, there's a BuzzFeed series of two guys going to haunted places. It's a dark history of Florencia. I can't remember everything, but the Cecil Hotel was based off of, or no, American Horror Story Hotel. Is that what it was? I can't remember if it was hotel or what it was called, but it was based off of the Cecil Hotel. It was when it had all the original furniture. Yeah, it's different now. It's split up into two. You can walk in one place and it's the old stuff, and then you can walk in another place and it's like new and remodeled, from what I understand. So, and you said on YouTube there's a BuzzFeed series of two guys going to haunted places. I wonder if I've seen that. I can't remember. It feels like something I've watched. I can't remember the guys' names, but I feel like I've seen it to some degree. What was it? Oh, okay. But it was, you felt like you had to hurry and it was dangerous. Well, so here's something that's interesting. Is it Richard Ramirez, the Night Stalker? He was staying at the Cecil Hotel. and he was into some dark stuff. And darkness can be something that's amazing because we have light, we have darkness. But in his case, it was more evil darkness than it was just darkness. But he was messed up, and so he was in the Cecil Hotel, and there was other serial killers that stayed there too. Like, it was a place where people gathered that were just like the creepiest people in society, and it just attracted these people, these seedy people, you know. There was good people too, I'm sure, but yeah. Yeah, Richard is so disturbingly horrible. He is. He is. He had a sad upbringing though, too, and I mean, not that that gives him the right to do what he did, but he would he would be like so tortured at home that he would go sleep in the graveyard because I think it was right by his house, and he would lay his head on the tombstones and fall asleep. And he was abused and mistreated, and then he had man, he did. Yes, Florencia. There was a bunch of stuff. I mean, he was messed up because they say is a murderer made by nature or nurture or something like that. I think I'm using that right. I think some people are just born that way. His uncle, yes, that's what it was. Killed someone in front of him. And then before that, he had, if I can remember right, someone went to war, like his brother or brother-in-law went to war, and he described killing someone with like enthusiasm, if I can remember right. Like, it was a bunch of stuff that was so messed up. Like, damn. Oh. But yeah, you know, it's interesting. It really is how there's these haunted places, you know? But my friends, I'm thinking, well, hold on, that's right, and they made it out as it was as okay, as if it was glorified. That's the part that I think is really messed up, is when people idolize serial killers for one reason or another. But the part that's even worse, the part that makes me feel disgusted with humanity, even though someone is disgusting, even though someone is a horrible person, the people that are rooting for someone to die outside the jail as they're being electrocuted, I get it, they're a horrible person, they did horrible things, but they're like wanting to see the person die. I think that's disgusting, right? And I was seeing that, I think it was with Ted Bundy. People wanted him dead and they were holding signs and rooting for his death. And yes, he was horrible and he didn't need to be in the world anymore. I agree with that. But people cheering on someone dying just it felt so gross. It felt like medieval times, you know? And it's like, it's not like I felt sorry for him necessarily because he was horrible as a person, but it's like people rooting for it. Yeah. Yeah, people rooting for it is just where I'm like, I think we could do better. Yeah, it is, Florencia. It is. It's, I don't know. Stuff like that affects me, but I'm really sensitive to stuff like that, and so I get stuck. That happened all throughout history and waiting to watch them. I know, Gene, and it's, that to me was disgusting. Like, so they would have it, the gladiators would have the executions, right? Or the lions would eat them or whatever. And yeah, every person's someone's son or daughter, yes. And it's just sad, honestly. I do believe some people should be put down. I just don't think there needs to be an audience for it. Because one thing happens, I don't know, there's a lot of conflicting emotions that it's hard for me to discuss through, because it's like, one of them is they're giving the person one last glimpse of fame because people are like waiting outside for something to happen, and it's kind of glorifying them again because the whole world's watching as this whole event is happening. The other thing is that it's Yeah, it's dehumanizing, and still deserve respect to a degree. I agree with that. It's like, yeah, that one just really made me question society. Because it's like, I feel like sometimes we are. You know what? Watch this if you guys haven't seen this video, because I'll leave you with this. There is a video on YouTube that is one of my favorite videos of all time. And if I'm ever in a state of mind where I'm feeling like I need something, like I need this feeling of believing in humanity again, I go to this, okay? So I'm going to tell you guys what it is. I just want to make sure I find the right link before I send it. So give me 1 second here. And maybe you guys have already seen this, but yeah. Okay, so I come on, hello. I come on every Monday, Tuesday, and Friday. And I'm usually on for about anywhere from 5 to 6 hours. Sometimes it's 7. Rarely it's 8. But I'm usually on 3 days a week. So type in The Great Dictator's Speech on YouTube. And it's going to be Charlie Chaplin. And it's with music, and it's a beautiful video. And if you guys want to watch it, it's good. It's good. Look for the one that has the most views. It looks like there's a couple on here, but I think the 14 million one is the one. Anyway, watch it and just kind of soak that in. It's good. Oh. Is that it? Man, Gene, you're fast. Yeah, that's it. That was quick as hell. It's really good. And then there's a movie with Robert Downey Jr. as Charlie Chaplin, that's good too. I think Robert Downey Jr. was so good in that. 111. Okay, man, it's getting late, especially for you, Gene. I imagine you're getting tired. He is. He's one of my favorites too. I need to watch more of his movies. Ow. All right, everybody. I'm thinking I'm going to head off. I'll see you guys on Monday, though. Everyone take care, and he's really good. And especially as Tony Stark and Sherlock. Oh, yes, Sherlock. Oh, man. I need to watch those again because those were good. He was awesome in that. But everyone, I'm going to go. Thank you so much for tuning in. I appreciate you guys, and I will see you on Monday, 6 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. So I'll see you guys. Florencia, Gene, everybody. Appreciate you guys. Hello. Goodbye. And yeah.